Live from Moon Field on the campus of the University of Lynchburg, you're watching college softball action on LHSN as the Lynchburg Hornets play host to the Mary Washington Eagles. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in and spending some time with us on your Sunday afternoon. Lynchburg coming off a big sweep against the number 9 team in the country, Virginia Wesleyan. And for Mary Washington, it's losses in 4 in a row, looking to get back in to the winning column today on the road in Lynchburg, Virginia. Getting set, it'll be Kaylee Dorsis in the circle to start for Lynchburg, and she'll start her day going toe-to-toe with the Mary Washington batting order, which we'll show you now. Leading things off for the Eagles, Emma Dickinson, followed by left fielder Hannah Steele. In the 3 spots, the second baseman Maggie Imroka, and batting cleanup the shortstop Caroline Bird, followed by former second-team all-conference honoree, the catcher Emma Sheeta. Batting 6th, playing first base, Bridget Lachak. Then it's Grace Drury playing 3rd, batting 7th. And the final 2 in the Mary Washington order, center fielder Nia Lloyd, and then Bridget Ward out in right field. First pitch of the game, in for a called strike. And we are underway from Moon Field. Lynchburg has split all 4 prior doubleheaders. Dickinson sends this one back to the screen. Pitchers count 0-2. And Mary Washington so far this season 3-8 when playing on the road. Yet to get into conference action. 16-15 overall record for the Eagles. Lynchburg enters 14-12 and tied for first in the ODAC standings at 5-1. 0-2 high and outside. Dorsis comes into this contest 5th in the ODAC in Ks per 7. The 1-2. Up and above the letters. Even count at 2-2. Dickinson so far this season. Team best 364 average, OBP at 378. Leadoff hitter works a full count. Today marks the 60th and 61st all-time meeting between these two squads. 3-2 sent back to the screen. Let's do it again at a full count. And talking more about the all-time series history, Lynchburg 38-21 all-time against Mary Washington, 17-11 when playing at home. Elevated, payoff pitch, cut on and missed, and Dickinson goes down swinging. Strikeout to start the day for Kaylee Dorsis. As noted, 5th in the ODAC in strikeouts per 7 and leads the way for Lynchburg as a staff in that department. Figure to see Emily Charlton perhaps later on here in Game 1 and almost certainly in Game 2. 2-hole hitter Hannah Steele sends it short, picked up by Stewart to throw to first in time for out number 2. 1 pitch, all that's needed for Dorsis to corral the second out of her outing. Pair of left-handed bats retired, and we'll see our first right-handed bat come to plate in the form of Maggie Imroka. Imroka hitting .350 on the season. 4 home runs. That leads the way for Mary Washington. And diving into Kaylee Dorsis' numbers so far this season, 4.17 ERA through 40 1/3 innings tossed, 39 strikeouts to 12 walks, and opponents hitting .273 against. 0-1, cut on and missed, and quickly. Pitchers count for Dorsis. Dorsis climbs the ladder, laying off his Imroka. It's a Mary Washington team that ranks 5th across the board and batting average, OBP, and slugging percentage out of a 6-team coast-to-coast conference. Another pitch up and out of the zone. And all told, the Eagles averaging just under 4 runs a game, 3.65 to be exact. Lynchburg on the other side, 3.5 ERA this season as a pitching staff. Dorsis to the plate. Gets the foul ball. Count 3-2 with 2 away. Batter made for Dorsis is Carly Hudnall. The rest of the infield from left to right sees Carly Cundiff at the hot corner. Ruby Stewart made a play a moment ago at short. At second is Ashley Haley. And starting at first is Sophie Tully. In the outfield from right to left is Lexi Powell on right, Keely Hackett in center, and Jordan Brown starting in left. Sent to center. Hackett goes back and makes the catch in front of the warning track to complete. A 1-2-3 start of the day for Kaylee Dorsis. Eagles down in order will step aside and come back with the home half of the first and see Caitlin Birch go toe-to-toe with the top half Lynchburg order. Bottom of the first inning from Lynchburg, Virginia. The Eagles go down in order. Now we'll see the Hornets step to the plate. Here's the batting lineup for Lynchburg. Getting us underway is the catcher Carly Hudnall, followed by center fielder Kaylee Hackett, who made the catch to retire the side in the top of the first, followed by Sophie Tully and Carly Cundiff, the reigning athlete of the week for the ODAC for softball. And it's Caitlin Birch coming off being named the Wilson NFCA Division III Player of the Week, including 11 strikeouts and a no-no against Gettysburg. And that was in game 1 of a doubleheader. Birch then went out and got the save in game 2. And Birch waits no time and is out in front of Hudnall 0-2. All told, the numbers last week for Birch: 3-0 record, .28 ERA, 37 strikeouts to 5 walks, over 25 innings tossed. 0-2, drops off the outside corner. Hudnall this season hitting .333, takes this pitch up above the letters. Count even at 2-2. Lynchburg is a squad, 9th in the ODAC, .291 average though. Speaks to the offensive firepower the Old Dominion Athletic Conference boasts from top to bottom. Birch winds, fires, 2-2, misses away. Birch, a sophomore from Mechanicsville, Maryland. Was first team all-conference as a freshman a season ago. Cut on and missed. Hudnall goes down swinging. Birch has her day start mirroring how Dorsis's began. Leadoff hitter down on strikes. Kaylee Hackett, big-time hero in Lynchburg's sweep against Virginia Wesleyan yesterday. Hornets take game 1 4-3, then game 2 3-2. First pitch of the AB, misses downstairs. (1-0). Misses the zone as well. Hitters count, 2 balls and no strikes. Talking more about what Hackett was able to come through and do yesterday 3 RBI day between the two games. Hackett watches this one down and away. (3-0) finds the zone to make it 3-1. And in game 2 in specific, bases loaded, 2 RBI double for Hackett, a big part of Lynchburg overcoming the 2 runs Virginia Wesleyan put up in the bottom of the second. Lynchburg answered with 3 in the top of the third, 2 coming off the bat of Hackett, and that was all the scoring we saw in game 2 with the Hornets taking down Marlins in the back half of that twin bill. In game 1, Lynchburg had 2 runs in the top of the second and fifth. Virginia Wesleyan had all 3 come across in the home half of the fifth. And Lynchburg held on from that point onward. Hackett continues to battle. Sophomore center fielder. Currently 6th in the ODAC in RBIs this season. Total up to 23. Sophie Tully right behind her at 22. This pitch comes too far inside, and Birch issues the free pass to Hackett via the hit by pitch. First base runner for either side. So 1-on-1 down for the aforementioned Tully. When talking about Tully, it's hard to find what number you want to start with. How about a conference best batting average, OBP, and slugging percentage? Pretty solid way to start that conversation. Tully swings to the first pitch she sees, however. The battery mate today for Caitlin Birch is Emma Shida. The infield from left to right has Grace Drury at third, Caroline Bird at short, Maggie Amroka at second, Bridget Leachak starts at first. Runner takes off, the throw to second, not in time. And Kaylee Hackett moves into scoring position via the stolen base. Hackett now 8 for 8 on stolen base attempts this season. Finishing off the Eagles' defensive alignment. The outfield from right to left has Bridget Ward in right. Nia Lloyd starts in center with Hannah Steele in left. (1-1) down and outside to make it 2-1. Big cut for Tully, comes up empty. Count moves to an even state at 2-2. Tully, a junior from Moseley, Virginia, went to Cosby High School. Approximately 2 hours away from Lynchburg. 2-2s downstairs. Tully can't help but chase, and Caitlin Birch has her second strikeout of the game. Big second out. Hackett holds at second. It'll take a base knock to the outfield from Carly Cundiff. Try to get Lynchburg on the board to open up today's scoring. Cundiff, the reigning ODAC Athlete of the Week for softball. Over the last week, hit .404. OBP at .460. 2 home runs and 11 RBIs. One of those 2 home runs came in the split doubleheader last Sunday against Bridgewater. One of the teams that Lynchburg is tied with at the top of the ODAC standings. ODAC standings start with Randolph-Macon, Lynchburg, and Bridgewater. 5-1 in conference play, followed by Ferrum, who's 4-2 in ODAC action. Then EMU, 3-3. Same can be said about Roanoke. And it's Virginia Wesleyan, 2-4 in ODAC play, 19-8 overall, number 9 team in the country as it stands right now. Lynchburg took both yesterday's twin bill. After Virginia Wesleyan is Shenandoah, who Mary Washington faced in their most recent games. Throw to first. Not in time. Infield single. Moves Hackett to third. Has Cundiff aboard at first and allows me to finish the conference standings as Shenandoah, followed by Guilford and then Randolph at the bottom of the ODAC standings. Talk more about the Friday sweep for Shenandoah against Mary Washington. This has been a ODAC heavy schedule for the Marlins as well. Have a conference on the mound. Wednesday, It's a doubleheader at Virginia Wesleyan, followed by a doubleheader at Shenandoah on Friday. That's what makes up the 4 consecutive losses for the Eagles. Conference of the mound comes to a close. Runners at the corners for the designated player, Anna Grace Terrell. .357 average, the left-handed bat. That bat starts with a called strike 1. Birch elevates, misses out of the zone. Terrell in the 5 spot. Lynchburg order. Lines this one the other way, up and over the head of Drury and into left field. Terrell opens our scoring. The RBI single moves Lynchburg out in front 1-0. RBI number 3 of the season for Anna Grace Terrell. Moving to second is Carly Cundiff. And the Hornets have a chance to make it a multi-run frame. Lexi Powell, the right fielder, steps to the plate. Takes the first pitch in for a called strike. And this weekend specific, after being named Wilson/NFCA Division III Player of the Week, Birch has had a harder time coming this past week. Gave up 6 earned runs against Virginia Wesleyan, 4 earned runs in Game 1 against Shenandoah. Here, Birch gets the grounder to short, fielded cleanly by Bird, the throw to first in time to retire Powell for out number 3, but not before. Lynchburg sends 6 to plate, and the first run of the contest across with the RBI single coming from Anna Grace Terrell. Made it through 1. Lynchburg leads Mary Washington 1-0. Top of the second inning, Mary Washington sends 4, 5, 6 to the plate. Caroline Bird will lead things off, followed by Emma Sheeta, then Bridget Lachak. Mary Washington went down in order 1, 2, 3 at the hand of Kaylee Dorsis. Then the Hornets played a run. The home half of the first. Top of the second starts with an infield pop-up. Stewart there to make the grab for out number 1. 6 up. 5-hole hitter up. 4 up, 4 down to start the day for Dorsis. And Sheeta, second team coast to coast last season. And through 31 games this year. Sheeta hitting just .213. Does have 3 doubles, 3 home runs. Tied for the second best mark when it comes to the long ball. The average down. OBP at 286 as well. And just for comparison, numbers last year for Sheeta. About a 342 average, 365 OBP. No home runs, 14 RBIs, which is the same Ribby total that Sheeta has this season. Dorsis is a called strike at the knees. Count moves to 2-2. Breaking ball, chopped to third. Cundiff there to field, but home plate umpire steps up. Rules it a foul ball. Do it again at 2-2. Time called at the plate. Hit on it a little bit in the first inning, 60th and 61st all-time meetings. Last year, it was a split doubleheader. Lynchburg took game one, and that made it 6 consecutive wins for the Hornets against the Eagles. Then Mary Washington took game two. But today, Lynchburg out in front 1-0, and Kaylee Dorsis has her second strikeout in the afternoon. The backwards K as Sheeta goes down looking. That brings Bridget Lechak to the plate. After a pair of right-handed hitters to start today's game, it's been right-handed heavy since for the Eagles. Those lefties being Dickinson and Steele. Righties the rest of the way. And we now reach the 6-hole hitter, Lechak. Takes this pitch on the outside corner. Lechak with the average below the Mendoza line at 173. Pops this one up and out of play, third base side. It's a truly gorgeous day for softball here in the Hill City. Right around 59 degrees. Another foul ball coming from Lechak. Wind blowing out towards left center field. Roughly 10 mile an hour. And mostly blue skies, excuse me. Lechak back up the middle. Stewart ranges back and is there to make the grab for the second consecutive 1-2-3 inning toss by Kaylee Dorsis. 6 up, 6 down to start her day. We'll step aside and come back. The home half of the second. Lynchburg leads Mary Washington 1-0. Bottom of the second, Lynchburg looking to push a run across for the second consecutive inning. It was an RBI single from Anna Grace Terrell. In the home half of the first to get us and open up today's scoring. Caitlin Birch back to the circle, surrenders a line drive single. Through to center, past Nia Lloyd, and all the way to the wall it goes. Ruby Stewart starts the bottom of the second off with a bang. The extra base hit has the shortstop standing in second. First double of the year for Stewart. RBI chance for Jordan Brown. Cold strike in the outside corner moves the count to 1-1. Brown hitting .256 this season. 5 RBIs, chance for number 6. Stewart at second. Has good speed. 1-1 off the outside corner. Birch tries to elevate, misses the zone. Hitters count, 3 balls and a strike. Talking more about the recent struggles for the sophomore. Just 4 innings tossed against Virginia Wesleyan, an 8-0 loss in Game 1 of that doubleheader. Then against Shenandoah, it was 7 2/3, but ultimately 4 earned runs given up by Birch in that 5-4 loss. Another pitch misses the zone, and Brown with a patient eye makes her way up the first base line via the base on balls. First walk issued by Birch, but including the hit by pitch against Kaylee Hackett in the first, the second free pass. Nine-hole hitter is Ashley Haley. Down on the count to start 0-1. Haley's been at second base so far in this game. Shows bunt. Gets it up the first base line. Tag applied by Lachak. So Haley goes down 3 unassisted, but the sacrifice bunt does its job as both runners move up. Stewart now stands at third. Brown behind her at second. 2 Ducks in scoring position, just 1 down for Carly Hudnall. Went down swinging her first time up. The slap approach, first pitch, shot behind the plate. Hudnall with just 4 RBIs so far this season. Add 2 more to that total with a hit to the outfield here. It'll be tough as the leadoff hitter. By a .333 average, not a whole lot of RBI chances that can go around. Pitch down in the dirt. Lynchburg is a team averaging a little more than 5.5 runs per game. 9th in the ODAC at batting average as well as OBP. 7th in slugging percentage, just over 400 at .406. 1-1, high and away. Two-one, chop towards the Lynchburg dugout, and foul. Four-game hit streak for Hudnall, including 1 for 4 in each of the 2 games yesterday against Virginia Wesleyan. Even branching out further than that, it's hits in 6 of the last 7 for the Hornets leadoff bat. Off the end of the bat, Hudnall gets a piece and lives to see another pitch against Caitlin Birch. Mary Washington starter already throwing 37 towards the plate. Slap to short. Throw to third, not in time. Fielder's choice will load the bases. So it's still Stewart over at third. Brown stands at second. Hudnall, the newest runner, at first. Bases are loaded. Kaylee Hackett came through in a similar spot yesterday with a 2 RBI double in Game 2. Will history repeat itself? Hackett takes the first pitch high. Lynchburg center fielder without an official AB. She was hit by a pitch last inning. Hard hit to third. Stepping on the bag, the throw to the plate, then up the first base line in time. So, correction. Drury did not step on third. Instead, a throw home and then up the first base line in time. Your everyday 5-2-3 double play to bring a close to the bottom of the second. Stays a 1-0 score. Hornets out in front of the Eagles as we head to the top of the third. Top of the third, bottom half of the Mary Washington order coming to the plate. It's 7-8-9. That's Grace Drury to lead things off. Drury then will be followed by Nia Lloyd and Bridget Ward. Dorsis yet to allow a base runner. Starts the third inning. A pop-up right on the fringe of the infield dirt and outfield grass. Catches made by Ashley Haley. And not only has Dorsis been able to pitch to soft contact, has a pair of strikeouts to go with it, but also been able to get early outs, been able to pitch early in the count, find the strike zone. Mary Washington has had an aggressive approach, laid up the first base line. The throw from Tully to second in time. Perfectly executed bunt defense for Lynchburg. Tully to Haley, 3-4 put out the first base line to retire Lloyd. And another example there. Dorsis attacking the zone early in the count. Mary Washington putting the ball in play. And it's resulted in the pitch count just now hitting 30 for Dorsis. Bridget Ward, first time coming to the plate, right fielder. Comes into this contest hitting 194 this season. Off-speed pitch. Ward waits on it and drives it up the middle and into center field. 2-out base knock, and Mary Washington has their first hit and first base runner of the contest. Lineup card turns over for the first time. Emma Dickinson back to the plate, pops it up behind the dish. Hudnall unable to get to it in time. 0-1 count to start to the Eagles' designated player. 0-for-1 today, went down on strikes. Start the game. And time called, and Dickinson heads up the third base line to talk with 35-year head coach, D. Conway. Been with the Eagles for, as I said, 35 seasons now. All told, not including the record so far this season. How about 573 wins for Coach Conway? Add the 14 wins this season, that total up to 587 now. Getting closer and closer to that 600 win mark. Dickinson sends it to left. Sliding in. The grab is made by Jordan Brown. Flashy play brings a close to the top half of the third. Lynchburg holds Mary Washington scoreless once more. The Eagles strand a runner on at first. We'll step aside and come back with the bottom of the third. Lynchburg leads Mary Washington 1-0. Still a 1-0 game. Lynchburg got that run across in the bottom of the first. That was courtesy of an RBI single from Anna Grace Terrell, who will hit third this inning. It's Sophie Tully, Carly Cundiff, and the aforementioned Terrell scheduled to play. If any reach, we'll see Lexi Powell thereafter. First pitch to Tully. Misses downstairs. Tully did go 0 for 2 in the second game of the doubleheader yesterday against Virginia Wesleyan. But all told, Tully has been as consistent as possible given the offensive production she's given Lynchburg this season. How about a .485 batting average this year, an OBP at .558. The slugging percentage, nothing to scoff at there, .864. Birch delivers a called strike. And the 0 for in game 2 yesterday was the first time that Tully had been held hitless in a stretch of 7 straight games. As Tully went 0 for 2 in the first game of a doubleheader against Salisbury, did not play in game 2. And before that hitless showing, Tully had crowd hits in 11 straight. So numbers for Tully come at a ridiculous mark, but she's been a model of consistency at the same point. Tully down on strikes, however. Battle of best on best, Birch versus Tully. Birch has won both meetings. It's Tully now 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts. Third strikeout for Caitlin Birch. First since she retired Tully the first time. Leadoff hitter down for Lynchburg. Carly Cundiff back to the plate. Slices the first pitch she gets. Foul towards the Eagles' dugout. Right on right battle. Pitch misses down in the dirt. Count even at 1-1. Cundiff had a single back in the first inning. That 2-out base knock opened up the chance for Anna Grace Terrell to come to the plate. Come through in the RBI spot. Nice pitch from Birch. Gets a swing and miss strike 2. The 1-2 to Cundiff. Sent foul, first base side. Lynchburg on the season, 4-4 when playing at home. They came in doubleheader splits against Methodist, Averett, Bridgewater last week. And the team that I'm excluding is William Pease. That was the first doubleheader of the season. So Lynchburg looking for their first home sweep of a doubleheader this year against the Eagles. Cundiff fouls off another pitch off the end of the bat. Count still 1-2. Mentioned earlier, Cundiff hit over 400 last week. Average on the season at 356. Has 3 doubles, pair of home runs to go with it. Another 1-2 from Birch. Elevates, check swing, appeal up the first base line, and Cundiff knew it immediately. Started to walk back towards the dugout before first base umpire made his ruling. Consecutive punch-outs for Birch. Sophomore might be finding her stride. With 2 away, and a Grace Terrell back to the plate, hitting from the left side. First pitch of the AB, out of the zone. 1-0 count to start. Base knock for Terrell, her 3rd RBI of the season as a result. Now Terrell ahead in the count, 2-0. Birch goes off speed, leaves the pitch down and outside. Terrell, a freshman from North Carolina, has the green light, 3-0. Foul ball makes it 3-1. Now it's 4 straight games played for Grace Terrell. Went 1 for 3, then 1 for 2 in the 2 games yesterday against the Marlins of Virginia Wesleyan. Birch gets a cold strike, 3-2 count with 2 away. Payoff pitch. Popped up and fouled just in front of the Hornets dugout. With the start here in game 1 of our doubleheader. 4th start of the season for Terrell, 15th game played. Another 3-2. Cut on and missed. Caitlin Birch is heating up. The righty strikes out the side in the bottom of the 3rd and keeps it at a 1-0 score as we head to the top of the 4th inning. You're watching Lynchburg and Mary Washington on LHSN. Hannah Steele, Maggie Imroka, Caroline Bird scheduled to play for the Eagles, looking to break through in the scoring column as we head to the top of the 4th inning. Showing bunt, fouling it away. Steele trails in the count 0-1 to start. Steele 0 for 1 on the day with a ground out to short. And still Kaylee Dorsis in the circle for Lynchburg. Pitched a perfect first 2 innings, faced the minimum +1 in the third, surrendered a single to the 9-hole hitter Bridget Ward, who was then stranded at first last inning. Second time Steele gets a look at Dorsis. Trails in the count, however, 0-2. Righty winds, fires, grounder sent to Cundiff at third, lays out the throw in time. Carly Cundiff not only getting the job done with a bat, came up with a couple of stellar defensive plays last week against Bridgewater, and has another this afternoon to corral out number 1 of the inning number 4. And Roca back to the plate. First pitch swinging, skies it to left, ranging towards the line. It'll land foul. It's just made it up and over the head of Jordan Brown. And Roca 0 for 1 so far. Flew out to center field her first time up. Oh, 1 offering, down and away, evens the count of 1-1. And Roca currently tied for 5th in the conference and still on bases as well with 8. So you throw her into the 3 spot. Currently holds an average at 350. Swings it well, but also a threat once she's on the base paths. Sent to right field, Powell, a couple steps back, then one more in front. And Roca down for out number 2. Caroline Bird looks to keep the top of the 4th alive. Right-handed bat and shortstop 0 for 1 with a pop out to short. Her first time up. Dorsis deals, misses off the outside corner. Obviously, pitch counts are different in softball versus baseball. It'll be interesting to see how long Dorsis stays in this contest. Gets a ground ball up the third base line here. Does the freshman. Dorsis pitched in both games yesterday. 2 1/3 in game 1. 2 innings even in game 2. Gave up a combined 7 hits. Just the 2 earned runs in the second game. Let her high, set back to the screen. One and 2 the count. Dorsis looking to bring a close to the 4th inning. Righty into the windup, just misses outside. Two-two count to the Eagles shortstop. If Bird reaches, on deck's the catcher, and Machida. Dorsis misses up and inside. Full count now. Talked about the ODAC standings earlier on in this contest. The coast to coast, as it stands right now, no games played in conference action. CNU leads away 23-1. Salisbury 24-2. Mary Washington slides in at third, 16-15 before this game got underway. And then it's Mount Mary at 15-12, followed by Finlandia at 0-20. Do it again at 3-2. Fouled again by Caroline Bird. And the battle continues. Just 1 hit so far in the game. Came from Bridget Ward, and that's the lone base runner to this point for Mary Washington. Three-two once again. Misses inside, and the Eagles have their second base runner. Dorsis issues her first walk. Lynchburg has been stellar in that department. How about first in the ODAC and walks per 7? Sheeta will get to hit here in the top of the 4th. Catcher watches the first pitch off the inside corner. This is a tricky spot here. Still a close game, 1-0 obviously, so Dorsis has to be careful how she attacks Sheeta. Tied for second best of any player from Mary Washington, 3 home runs this year. That's 3 more home runs than Sheeta had all of last season. So the average down, OBP, slugging percentage is in the same neighborhood. Where the average has gone down, power has taken over in its place for Sheeta. Sends this one foul, first base side. So with one swing of the bat, Mary Washington catcher could certainly put the Eagles out in front. That's where Dorsis has to be careful here. Pitchers count 1-2. Hit hard towards left field. Brown ranges towards the line. Line drive does go foul. It's been rotating winds blowing towards center right now, out towards left center field. Another advantage there if you're a right-handed hitter. About 10-mile-an-hour wind, so it's nothing unbelievable, but certainly aid anything you put in the air. Dorsis attacks the outside corner, and Sheeta comes up empty on the hack. Bird stranded at first. Back-to-back innings where Dorsis faces the minimum +1, and the Eagles held scores for the 4th consecutive chance at the play. We'll step aside and come back with the bottom of the 4th. Lynchburg leads Mary Washington 1-0. Bottom of the 4th inning, Lynchburg will send 6, 7, and 8 to the plate. Lexi Powell will lead things off against Caitlin Birch, who struck out the side in her most recent inning of action. Strikeouts came against Tully, Cundiff, and Terrell. So not only did Birch strike out the side, put an exclamation point behind it as she did it against the heart of the Lynchburg order. Already up to 5 punch-outs on the afternoon. Heading the count 0-1 to Powell, who sends this to right. Ranging in, Bridget Ward there to make the grab for out number 1. Powell now 0 for 2 on the afternoon. Shortstop Ruby Stewart returns to the plate at a leadoff double. Start the bottom of the 2nd. Made it all the way up to 3rd. And then thanks to a stellar defensive play from Grace Drury over at 3rd. It was Kaylee Hackett retired on a 5-2-3 double play. Don't know about you, but it's the first time I've ever seen something quite like that, especially in the game of softball. Base paths are smaller. Room for error there is next to none. But Drury to Sheeta, Lechak. The very end of the play, this time round, Stewart Sends a line drive to second. And Roca lays down and makes a grab on a knee for out number 2. Six in a row set down by Caitlin Birch, dating back to that 5-2-3 double play. Jordan Brown looks to end that streak. Left fielder takes the first pitch in for a called strike. Brown without official at-bat. She drew a walk her first time to the plate. 0-1. Misses outside. So at this point in the game, Birch threw 3 2/3, 1 earned run, 5 strikeouts to 1 walk. This becomes pitch number 71 of her afternoon. Delivers a strike knee high. Elevated. Brown lays off. 2's across the scoreboard overlooking Moonfield with a 2-2 count and 2 away. Birch gets it grounded to third. Drury couldn't handle it initially. The throw to first just in time to retire Brown up the first base line. 7 in a row set down by Caitlin Birch, including perfect third and fourth inning tossed by the righty. We've made it through 4. Lynchburg still out in front, 1-0. Made it to inning number 5. Bridget Lechak will lead things off. First pitch she sees misses the zone. Haley Dorsis through 4 innings so far, 3 strikeouts, only 1 walk issued, giving up just 1 hit. And where it matters most is held the Eagles scoreless. Line drive, foul up the third base line. And talking about Dorsis and her outing today makes me have to give a shout out to one of the assistant coaches for Lynchburg, Michelle Lehan. Former pitcher for the Hornets, oversees that part of the roster for Lynchburg. And you go to yesterday's game with Dorsis, Charlton and company, different pitchers all the way through, and a couple of big wins against Virginia Wesleyan. Nice play made by Lexi Powell, ranging all the way to her right. Retires Lechak for out number 1. But to finish that point, the emphasis of a pitching coach, especially in one-run games, really cannot be understated. What Lehan has done overseeing that staff has been very important, especially in a 4-3 setting and a 3-2 win yesterday against Virginia Wesleyan, when there's no room for error. The pitches you're calling and how your pitchers execute in those late game spots in tight situations, it makes a world of difference. Dorsis elevates, misses the zone, and adding on to that, you look at Dorsis as the year has gone on, feels like she's gotten better and better. Giving up an earned run in each of the last 5 appearances, including a tough one against number 2 Salisbury with the ERA up and above 100. But given the type of competition there, that's a tough task for any freshman to try to handle. Line to second. Play is made by Ashley Haley for out number 2. Dorsis can pitch like she is this afternoon, on top of what Lynchburg has with Emily Charlton. Bree Carter's made a handful of starts. Angela Sparandeo came through in a big spot yesterday. Late game spots as a reliever. This Lynchburg pitching staff is taking form. Nia Lloyd in the box. And this pitch, they're going to say hit her bat. Lloyd tries to make her case that it went off her hand. Home plate umpire and first place umpire tell her to return to the box, and the count now 0-2. Tough break for Lloyd. Looking to battle against Dorsis. Righty misses downstairs. Count moves to 1-2. Chopper to short. Stewart. The throw to first. Not in time. Second hit of the day for Mary Washington. Infield hit. Nia Lloyd now 1 for 2. And the player who got the first of the day, Bridget Ward, returns to the plate now. We talked about Coach Lehan for Lynchburg. Also on the coaching staff, you have another grad assistant, Kayla Hugate, another former player, former middle infielder, an all-conference player for the Hornets. And also want to mention the assistant coaches, Mike Jennings, been here for a long time. If you're familiar with this Lynchburg program, you know who Coach Jennings is. And then Destiny Martinez, her first year on staff, graduate of Longwood University, one of the best mid-major programs in the softball Division I landscape. Lancer primarily played at second. Hit all throughout the order and brings not only great experience as a player, but it's a different voice to that coaching staff. You talk about Coach Lehan, Coach Hugate, and Coach Martinez, recent graduates, and then you have those who have seen a lot of softball with Coach Simmons and Coach Jennings. Throw up the first base line. Back safely is Lloyd. 2-2 count with 2 away. And talking about coaches, there's also a fun connection with Coach Dean Conway, 35 years at Mary Washington, but a graduate of then Lynchburg College, now University of Lynchburg. 2-2 at the knees, and a called strike 3. Bridget Ward goes down looking, and Kaylee Dorsis has her 4th punch-out of the contest. Nia Lloyd stranded at first, and the Eagles still searching for their first run of the game. We'll step aside and come back with the bottom of the 5th. Hornets lead the Eagles 1-0. (9-1-2) step to the plate for the Hornets. That's Ashley Haley, Kaylee Hudnall, and Kaylee Hackett stepping to the plate. Carly Hudnall, the second hitter this inning for Lynchburg. Ashley Haley to lead things off, laid down a sac bunt. Her first time up, so without an official AB so far this afternoon. Sees Caitlin Birch for a second time. First pitch from the sophomore, up and out of the zone. Birch has retired 7 in a row, including a perfect 3rd and 4th tossed by the Maryland native. 1-0 on the outside corner to even the count at 1-1. And a strong return to form today for Caitlin Birch after a couple of tough outings against Virginia Wesleyan and Shenandoah. Her prior 2 outings, Birch just giving up the 1 earned run so far this afternoon. 5 strikeouts along the way. And that 1 run given up wasn't necessarily the hardest hit ball in play off the bat of Anna Grace Terrell. I think she'd even tell you the same. She's hit plenty harder than that. But it found the soft spot in the Eagles' defense. Made its way into left field, driving the lone run we've seen so far. 2-2, high and away. Count moves to 3-2. Lynchburg has had the leadoff runner reach just once. That was back in the second. Payoff pitch to Haley. Lined foul. Last runner to reach for Lynchburg was Carly Hudnall back in the second on a fielder's choice. Aside from that, there's a walk given to Brown in that same inning. 3-2. Rolled up the third base line. Birch fields it. No time to make the throw, however. Haley running hard up the first base line. Has Lynchburg's 4th hit of the day. Infield single. Gives the Hornets some momentum as the lineup card turns over for a second time. Hudnall 0 for 2. Strikeout and reached on that fielder's choice her last time up. AB starts with the pitch, dotted up on the outside corner from Birch. First of 2 games coming your way this afternoon. Be about a 30-minute break between game 1 and the start of game 2. Hudnall shows bunt. Runner takes off the throw to second. Not in time, and in disbelief is Caroline Bird. There's a bang-bang play at second. The throw was at a perfect spot from Sheeta behind the plate. It was on a hop, reached Bird, standing right over the second base bag itself, but Haley able to slide in safely. RBI opportunity now for Hudnall. Hudnall lays this one foul right around the plate. Now a 1-2 count. This is tough here. Hudnall, as a slap hitter, a lot of times you'll see her drive it the other way, but with the runner at second, you'd rather see something on the right side of the infield to try to advance the runner. But line to left, through for a single. That'll do the job all the same. Carly Hudnall has her first hit on the afternoon. There's now runners at the corners for Lynchburg as Haley moves up to third. And Kaylee Hackett looking to give Lynchburg the insurance they've been searching for since the first. Emma Sheeta steps out in front of home plate, relays first and third signs. Hudnall obviously has good speed, especially for a catcher. See if Lynchburg tries to force the issue and garner a throw down to second. Hudnall will take off. There will not be a throw to second. So Hudnall advances into second and into scoring position. No contest from Sheeta. Now with a swing of the bat, Hackett can drive home a pair. First pitch was in the zone, for a strike, and the next offering from Birch is as well. Now an 0-2 count. It's a Hackett. Center fielder will have to battle. Birch elevates. Appeal to our field umpire who says Hackett did go around. Birch retires Hackett with just 3 pitches, and that is a massive out number 1 to the bottom of the 5th. 6 punch out for Birch. And she's had Sophie Tully's number so far this afternoon. Tully 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts. Third meeting between the two starts with a pitch off the outside corner. Birch bounces back, finds the zone, the count to 1-1. This situation might seem familiar. It's different, but familiar enough to the walk-off last week against Bridgewater. Tully was 0 for 3 coming into that extra inning AB. Got to talk to her after the game about that moment. And Tully noted she's been working hard on trying to take away the outside corner against opposing pitchers, not being afraid to drive it the other way, and that was exactly what Erica Nelson tried to do for Bridgewater. Tully didn't try to do too much, drove it the other way, and with a runner on at third, had the RBI walk-off single. So in a spot where Tully had a tough game leading up to that, as I noted, 0 for 3, bears some similarities to where we are now, 0 for 2, 2 strikeouts. That's as much struggle as you can say a near 500 average hitter has had this season. The swing of the bat here can open things up for Lynchburg. The 2-2 just misses the inside corner. Birch thought she had strike 3 instead. It's a full count to the Hornets' first baseman. Payoff pitch on its way. Hit hard to short. Eats up Caroline Bird and makes its way into left. 1 run will score. Holding at third is Hudnall. The throw goes to the plate. Tully takes advantage and moves to second. It's an RBI single for Sophie Tully, who now stands at second base. And the scenario is the same. 2 on in scoring position, just now with Carly Cundiff stepping to the plate. Haley scores in the play. Hudnall at third will have a courtesy runner at second. This appears to be Skylar Sams. So Sams stands in scoring position in the place of Tully. First time Lynchburg has found the scoring column since back in the bottom of the first. Hornets now double their lead to 2-0. First pitch to Cundiff is a called strike. Lynchburg third baseman 1 for 2 so far today. The hit came back in the first. Hit on the ground right side. Fielded cleanly by Lachek. The throw to the plate and the tag applied by Sheeta in time. Mary Washington gets a big second out of the inning. The Eagles look to hold the damage at 1 across. Cundiff does reach on the play, and Tully, with Sams running in her place, advancing to the third. Three-two put out on the fielder's choice. Anna Grace Terrell with 2 down. Look at a mirror what she did in the first. Birch misses down in the dirt. Cundiff was moving prior to the pitch, has the stolen base, and now stands at second. One-0, set back up the middle. Anna Grace Terrell drives in 2 more. Terrell up to 3 RBIs in this contest, and Lynchburg stretches out to a 4-0 lead over the Eagles. Sams and Cundiff touch home plate. And Lexi Powell will step to the dish for a third time here in game 1. First pitch up above the letters. Powell in the day 0 for 2 with a ground out and a fly out. Hitters count 2-0. Skied to center. Lloyd steps in and makes the grab for out number 3, but not before. The damage is dealt by Lynchburg. 3 runs across, RBI single from Sophie Tully, and then 2 more on the afternoon for Anna Grace Terrell. Hornets now lead the Eagles 4-0 as we head to the top of the 6th. Emma Dixon to lead things off for Mary Washington. That will be followed up by Hannah Steele and Maggie M. Roca. If anywhere to reach, we'll see the cleanup hitter Caroline Bird return to the plate. And still Kaylee Dorsis in the circle for Lynchburg. Hornets get 3 across in the bottom of the 5th, push the lead up to a 4-0 advantage. Dickinson sends it to short, backhanded by Stewart. The throw not in time. Great effort put together by Stewart, but Dickinson has her first hit of the game. And Mary Washington now with a runner on. Plenty of speed. Hannah Steele 0 for 2 today. Pair of ground outs on the left side of the infield. 1 to short. The second went to third. Slap to third. Cundiff with only 1 play. It's at first. The throw just in time to retire Steele for the first out of the 6th inning. Dickinson does advance on the play. And now stands at second base. 5-4 put up for those keeping track at home, with Haley covering the bag at first. 1 on in scoring position with 1 down, and Roca looking for her first hit of the day. 0 for 2 with 2 flyouts. Grounded foul at the third baseline. Count even at 1-1. Hornets defense plays straight away against the right-handed bat. And Roca sends it up the left field line and foul. Now pitcher's count for Dorsis, eyeing potential strikeout number 5. One, 2, misses away. Count even at 2-2. Mary Washington without a run so far. Dickinson runs well at second. Hit to the outfield. Should do the job. Eagles looking to get back any, potentially all 3 runs they give up in the bottom of the 5th. 2-2. Sent to second. Haley there to make the grab for a big second out on the top of the 6th. Now it'll take a base knock or an error from the Lynchburg defense to get the Eagles into the scoring column. Caroline Bird looking to come through in a big spot. 0 for 1 today, drew a walk her last time up. Mary Washington comes into this doubleheader Lost 4 in a row. Currently trail the first game of our doubleheader. Looking to avoid loss number 5 in a row before we head into game 2. Again, if you missed me say it earlier, it'll be about a 30-minute intermission between our first and second game. Softly hit by Bird, foul up the first baseline. Dorsey steals the 1-1, misses away. In this type of moment of the game, Dorsey's got to be happy with the 3 runs across in the bottom of the 5th. You don't want to give up any runs here, obviously, in the top 6. You don't want to open the door for Mary Washington, but taking on a cleanup hitter, it just allows you to drop your shoulders. Know there's a little bit of room for error if Bird makes something happen here. Bird sends this one foul, left field side. And especially in a 2-strike count, got to think as a pitcher, this allows you a little bit more freedom to go at a hitter, attack, as opposed to trying to be surgical, live on the corners, keep hitters on their toes. Here, Dorsey can go right at Bird. 2-2, sent to deep left field. Brown goes back and won't get to it. Caroline Bird puts Mary Washington into the scoring column with plenty of fashion. The 2-run shot makes it 4-2. Case in point, the 3 runs in the bottom of the 5th, massive for Lynchburg. The home run for Bird, her 4th on the season, that ties her with Imroka for a team best, and they become RBI 22 and 23 on the season for the shortstop. So now with my scenario coming to fruition, Dorsey now can look at a contest and say, made 1 mistake pitch, gave up 2 runs. I'm still pitching with a lead. Base paths are now cleared. I get to reset, settle down, and go toe-to-toe with Sheeta, who Dorsey has had her number to this point in the game. 0 for 2, 2 strikeouts, 1 looking, 1 swinging. Oh, 1. Line the other way and down for extra bases as it gets past Lexi Powell. Rolls all the way to the wall. Rounding second. Sheeta on her way to the third. There won't be a throw. Mary Washington had 2 hits in the game prior to this inning. The triple from Sheeta, the 3rd, and the top of the 6th alone. Tying run comes to the plate in the form of Bridget Lachak. The Eagles' first baseman, 0 for 2 with a pop out to short and a fly out to right. Before Lachak can fully settle in the box, head coach Don Simmons makes her way out to the mound. Early on in this contest, talked about Coach D. Conway and where she's at all time, getting closer and closer to that 600 win mark, 589 to be exact, including the 16 wins this season. Coach Simmons, a weekend ago, with a sweep last Saturday, coming against Eastern Mennonite. The winning game 1 gave Coach Simmons her 650th win in her career, the first coach in ODAC history to hit that milestone. Coach Simmons won't make a change in the circle. It'll be Dorsis try to get through the top of the 6th inning. Talking more about Coach Simmons. 650 clearly not enough as Lynchburg took game 2 against EMU. That was win 651. Then 652 came in the form of a 4-3 win the next day against Bridgewater. That was the game with a walk-off base knock from Sophie Tully. Then the sweep yesterday against Virginia Wesleyan, win 653 and 654. And I promise you the rest of the year I will not count out Coach Simmons' career wins as we go along. In on the hands of Lachak, fought off, sent foul, left field side. One count The next pitch from Dorsis will be number 85 on the afternoon. Off the end of the bat and just over the first base dugout. Lechak will now have to battle. Down 1-2. Lechak represents the tying run. Other side of the same corn. Dorsis looking to hold the damage at 2 across. 1-2 just off the outside corner of the count, even at 2-2 now. Good battle being worked here by Lechak. Fights off another pitch. In good location there from Dorsis. That's a pitcher's pitch. Lechak does just enough to fight it away. All of a sudden, with the big top of the 6th inning, the hits column nearly the same. 6 base knocks for Lynchburg, 5 for Mary Washington, and that's where they'll stand until we get to the 7th. Lechak flies out to right for the 2nd time in as many innings. But damage done, 2 runs across thanks to a 2-run blast from Caroline Bird to make it 4-2 as we step aside and come back with the bottom of the 6th to see if the Hornets can respond. Bottom of the 6th inning, Lynchburg looking to get the 2 back they gave up to the Eagles in the top half of this inning. Leading things off for the Hornets is Ruby Stewart. First pitch to the shortstop. Misses the zone, 1-0 count to start. Following Stewart, scheduled to be Jordan Brown, then Ashley Haley. If any of those 3 reach, we'll see the top of the lineup come back to the plate for Coach Simmons and the Hornets. Now a 2-0 count for Stewart. Still Caitlin Birch on the mound for Mary Washington. It's a soft pop-up behind second base, and Caroline Bird, a half inning after she puts the Eagles in the scoring column with a 2-run home run, showcases some nice fielding skills and ranges back to make the grab for out number 1. Leadoff hitter down for Lynchburg. Brown to the plate, 0 for 1. Also drawn a walk. First pitch of the AB. In for a strike. It appears this is pinch hitter for Lynchburg, Bree Hodges, hitting for Jordan Brown. Called strike 2, pitcher's count 0-2. So Hodges gets her first AB on the afternoon, likely to see her in game 2. Chases this one downstairs to throw up the first base line to confirm. Strikeout number 6 for Caitlin Birch. The righty has retired the first two she's faced here in the bottom of the 6th inning. A strong bounce-back showing from Birch. I'm sure the home run from Bird in the top half this inning gave her a little bit of a boost along the way. Now Birch looking for her first 1-2-3 inning. So she got her way through the 4th without allowing a runner. 9-hole hitter is Ashley Haley. 1-0. In the zone, count to 1-1. Haley's 1 for 1 officially, also laid down a sac bunt back in the 2nd. Haley then came around to score the first of 3 runs last inning. Chopped to third. Fielded cleanly by Drury, and the throw to first in time to retire Haley for out number 3. A perfect bottom of the 6th toss by Caitlin Birch sends us to the top of the 7th. Lynchburg looking to close it down. Hornets lead the Eagles 4-2. Lynchburg makes a call to the bullpen, and Emily Charlton answers the call. The lefty comes on a relief spot. A chance for Charlton to gather another save this season. It would be her 2nd on the year, and it'll also put her tied for ODAC best 2nd save. Fun nugget there. That ends today for Kaylee Dorsis after 6 strong innings. Around just the 2 earned runs last inning after the home run from Caroline Bird. Charlton starts her day, missing the zone to Grace Drury to lead things off the top of the 7th after Drury scheduled to be Nia Lloyd, then Bridget Ward. Charlton misses in the dirt again. Numbers this season for Charlton: 1.93 ERA, a 7-4 record, 72 2/3 innings pitched, 46 strikeouts to just 8 walks. Here the southpaw finds the zone. It makes it 2-1. Cut on and miss, and the count is even at 2. Most recently for Charlton, 3 1/3 in relief of Game 2 yesterday. A 3-2 win against Virginia Wesleyan. And Charlton started Game 1 going 4 2/3. And that Game 1 win. Charlton starts her afternoon, retiring Drury on strikes. Eagles third baseman back to the dugout. They're Washington down to their final 2 outs. Nia Lloyd reached her last time up with a single. First pitch swinging, and Lloyd has her 2nd hit of the game. Bridget Ward will come to the plate representing the tying run. Ward 1 for 2 today, had the first hit of the game for the Eagles. That came back in the 3rd. Most recently, though, for Ward, she went down on strikes. Charlton misses in the dirt, blocked up by Hudnall. Lloyd forced to hold it first. Tarleton goes letter high. Soft contact from Ward. A foul ball to even the count at 1-1. Tarleton this season 7th in the ODAC in innings pitched, 5th in ERA, and tied for the fewest amount of walks issued for any pitcher who's thrown over 70 innings this year across the conference. All that to say, sophomore's been really good this year. Two-one pitch. Chop foul. Might have gone off the foot of Ward. Appears it did. After Ward comes to the top of the lineup, Emma Dickinson barring a double play here from Lynchburg. Off speed. Missed the zone. Throw to first. Lloyd back safely. Charlton versus Ward. Payoff pitch. Rolled to third. Cundiff makes the throw to first. Ward retired for out number 2. Lloyd does advance on the play and now stands at second. Hit to the outfield could cut the deficit in half for the Eagles. Emma Dickinson steps to the left-handed batter's box, representing the tying run. Dickinson 1 for 3. The hit came her last time up. First pitch swinging. Dickinson comes up empty. Charlton leads the count 0-1. Just 1 RBI this season for Dickinson. The leadoff hitter hitting .364 on the year, however. And with a big swing of the bat here, could have what Mary Washington is in search for instead. Sends a chopper to Charlton in the circle. And the throw to first retires Dickinson to complete Game 1 of our doubleheader between the Eagles and the Hornets. Lynchburg take the opening contest 4-2 and now sit at 5-4 at home this season. Hornets elevate to 15-12 overall. Meanwhile, Mary Washington now 16-16 on the season. We'll step aside and come back with Game 2 in approximately 30 to 40 minutes. Hope to have you stick around with us as we get ready for Game 2 between Lynchburg and Mary Washington. Set for game 2 of a doubleheader between Lynchburg and Mary Washington. In the circle to get us underway. For Lynchburg is Bree Carter, and she'll start her day going toe-to-toe with first baseman Morgan Gilbert. That will be followed up by Maggie Imroka, then Caroline Bird, if anywhere to reach. Cleanup hitter in game 2 for Mary Washington is the catcher Emma Sheeta. Popped up and out of play, first base side. Gilbert down to the count 0-2. Rest of the order for Mary Washington hitting 5th. And the designated player, Bridget Lachak, followed by center fielder Nia Lloyd. Then third baseman Grace Drury hits in the 7th spot. The final 2 in the Eagles order is Bridget Ward, then Hannah Steele. Carter, off-speed pitch, misses the bat of Gilbert. Beg your pardon, a moment ago, misspoke. Now it's 1-2. Battery mate for Bree Carter's Caroline Joy. The rest of the infield from right to left for Lynchburg has Sophie Tully at first, Ashley Haley at second, Ruby Stewart back at short, Carly Cundiff at the hot corner. In the outfield from left to right has Gracie Dooley in left. Kaylee Hackett in center. And out in right is Lexi Powell. Gilbert looking to fight since this one foul up the third baseline. Lynchburg took game 1 of our doubleheader, 4-2. 3 runs across in the bottom of the 5th proved to be much-needed insurance, as the Eagles responded with 2 runs across in the top of the 6th. And by that point, we had reached our final 4-2 verdict. Gilbert did not start in game 1, so this becomes her first AB of the day. Drives it to left and through for a base knock. Strong start today for Mary Washington in game 2. Eagles come into back half of our twin build, 16-16 overall this season, have not played a game in coast-to-coast conference action. Lynchburg, after winning game 1, now 15-12 on the season. Obviously, it's still non-conference game, so the Hornets tied with Randolph-Macon and Bridgewater. Top of the ODAC at 5-1 in conference play. Bunt laid down, and Rocco retired up the first base line, but the sacrifice does its job, and Gilbert advances to second. One-on-one down for Caroline Bird. The 2 runs in game 1 supplied by Bird. 2-run home run out over the left field wall. Bird, big cut, comes up empty on the off-speed delivery from Carter. More on Carter, 4.98 ERA. Today marks start number 6 of the season, appearance number 8 overall. Carter's tossed now 20 complete innings, including the out in this contest. Opponents were hitting .349 against 11 strikeouts to 5 walks this season for Carter. Righty finds the inside corner, now leads the count 0-2 against Caroline Bird. Lynchburg has split the 4 prior doubleheaders. Today, a chance to get their first home sweep. Pitchers count 1-2. Carter elevates, misses the zone. Now the count even at 2-2. In game 1, Lynchburg had Kaylee Dorsis travel through 6 innings, only gave up 2 earned runs. And it was Emily Charlton picking up her 2nd save of the year. Carter gets a fly ball to left. Over is Dooley. Catch is made for out number 2. So the Eagles get a runner on via the leadoff single from Morgan Gilbert. Now stands at second. But with 2 away, it'll take a base knock from catcher Emma Sheeta to put Mary Washington into the scoring column in the top of the 1st. First pitch, knee high, and a called strike 1. Sheeta in game 1 went 1 for 3. The hit, her last AB, a triple up the right field line, her 2nd triple of the season. Carter's done a good job getting ahead in the count throughout this first inning of work. A pitch away from putting a 0 next to the Eagles line. The 0-2 elevated out of the zone. Lynchburg as a team, 3.5 ERA. Fifth in the ODAC in strikeouts per 7, first in walks per 7. Carter misses again, the count even at 2-2. That's in contrast to Mary Washington, averaging a little more than 3.5 runs a game, hitting .263 as a team before today's doubleheader got underway. 2-2. Skied foul. Another 2-2. Golfed out towards left field. Another foul ball. Loud contact for Sheeta. Second team all coast to coast last year. Carter into the windup. Popped up again by Sheeta. It'll stay in the infield. Haley charges in and makes the grab for out number 3. Morgan Gilbert's leadoff single goes by the wayside, and the Eagles strand a runner on in scoring position. We'll step aside and come back with the home half of the first. See if the Hornets emulate what they did in Game 1, break through in the scoring column early. Bottom of the first inning, Lynchburg looking to break through and open Game 2 scoring. As we head to the home half of the first, Lynchburg will send Haley Hackett, Carly Cundiff, Sophie Tully to the dish. And if any were to reach, the cleanup hitter is the catcher, Caroline Joy. The rest of the order has Anna Grace Terrell as a designated player hitting in the 5 spot, followed by Alexi Powell playing right field, batting 6th. Then it's Ruby Stewart, the shortstop, in the 7 hole, followed by Gracie Dooley, the left fielder. And batting 9th is Ashley Haley. First pitch today comes from Taylor Hudson. Hudson finds the zone, leads the count 0-1 against Hackett. Fourth start of the year for Hudson. 14th appearance. Roddy's thrown 51 2/3 innings so far this year. 65 strikeouts to 26 walks. Opponents hitting just .237 against. The 0-2 pitch to Hackett. Center fielder climbs the ladder, can't make contact, and Hudson starts her day with a strikeout. For Mary Washington in Game 1, it was Caitlin Birch the whole way through. Hudson looking to do the same in Game 2. Starts off a battle with Carly Cundiff with a strike. 0-1, waved at and missed. The count moves to 0-2. The 0-1 popped up behind the plate. Lynchburg drove home the first run in game one in the bottom of the first. It was an RBI single from Anna Grace Terrell. Back in the 5 spot like she was in game one. Lynchburg looking to have history repeat itself. Another 0-2. Another foul ball from Cundiff. Hornets third baseman hit over 400 last week. Garnered Athlete of the Week honors from the ODAC. 2 home runs, 11 RBIs over that span as well. Time called at the play. Numbers in the season for Cundiff: .356 average, 3 doubles, triple, pair of home runs. Cundiff fouls off yet another pitch from Hudson. Hudson, a freshman from Chesapeake, Virginia. Most recent appearance came in game 2 of a doubleheader at Shenandoah on Friday. Cundiff keeps the bat alive, fouls off yet another pitch. In the 8-2 loss, Hudson traveled through 4 2/3, gave up 4 earned runs, 5 strikeouts to 1 walk. Hudson also tossed an inning on Wednesday earlier this week, game 2 against Virginia Wesleyan. It was a scoreless inning. Did concede 1 hit as well as a walk in that scoreless inning. Still an 0-2 count for Carly Cundiff. Hornets third baseman was in the cleanup spot in game 1. Went 1 for 3 with a single in the first. Hudson misses the zone for the first time in this AB. Still a pitcher's count. This marks the 61st all-time meeting between the two sides. Hudson comes too far inside and finds the hands of Cundiff. You never want to hit a batter, but especially in a 2-strike count. Hudson gives up the free pass. 1-on-1 down for Sophie Tully. Pause in the actions. Home plate umpire is going to talk with Coach Don Simmons. And we will have a courtesy runner at first. Jordan Brown will take over for Carly Cundiff. Brown started in left field for game 1. Here, we'll run in the place of Cundiff. Tully, first pitch swinging, pops it up behind the dish, and out of play. First baseman had a cold start to first game of our doubleheader, 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts, followed it up with an RBI single then in the 5th, and that's really been a big part of Tully's production. It's just hard to completely take her out of a contest. She finds a way at least to hit a game, finds a way to reach, makes an impact one way or another. Here, Tully trails in the count 0-2. Hudson had a long battle with Cundiff before putting her on via the hit by pitch. Looking for a different verdict here. Pitch is high. Runner takes off. Throw to second. Offline. Brown moves into scoring position by swiping second. And it's a 1-2 count to Tully. 1-2, up and over the first base dugout. Tully came into the doubleheader, leading the ODAC in batting average, on-base percentage, and slugging percentage. A stat that feels like it's pulled out of a video game. Tully underneath this one. It'll get out of play, left field side. And that comes in with Tully also being top 5 in the ODAC in doubles, tied for 6th in home runs, tied for 7th in RBIs. Tully with a chance to add to that Ribby total. Brown, a good runner at second. 1-2, off speed, sent to first. Catch is made by Gilbert for out number 2. On that note, we'll give you the defensive alignment for the Eagles. Catcher day for Taylor Hudson is Emma Sheeta at first, as Gilbert making that play. Maggie M. Roca with another start at second. Caroline Bird back at short with Grace Drury back out at third. And the outfield from left to right has Hannah Steele in left. Nia Lloyd in center. Bridget Ward starting in right. Caroline Joy, first AB of the day, starts with a called strike 1. Joy, 295 average so far this year, 3 doubles, 2 home runs, 15 RBIs. Hudson elevates. This is above the letters. It's been a gorgeous day for softball in Lynchburg, Virginia, right around 60 degrees, 10-ish mile-an-hour winds, rotating between blowing to straightaway center as well as to left center field. And Hudson trying to attack the inside corner. Comes too far inside once again. Second hit batter of the inning. Joy on at first, behind Jordan Brown at second. And now this bottom of the first bears some heavy resemblance to home half of the first in game 1. Anna Grace Terrell came through with a 2-out single to open up the scoring. Terrell wasn't done there. She had 2 more RBIs with a base knock coming in the bottom of the 5th. So Terrell in game 1 goes 2 for 3, 3 RBIs. Terrell climbs the ladder, nubs this one off the end of the bat, up the third base line. 0-2 count. Hudson's done a great job getting ahead in the count. Had a hard time putting hitters away. Looking to put a 0 next to the Lynchburg line. A pitch away from doing just that. The 0-2. Off the outside corner. So talking about Anna Grace Terrell. Prior to today's doubleheader, had 2 RBIs this season. She's got 3 today alone. And looking for more. Single deposited to right. The throw to first. Not in time. Scoring is Jordan Brown. So let's update that stat. Terrell had 2 RBIs come in today. She's double that. 4 across a game plus. Umpires will come together as Coach Conway heads out onto the field. It's a close play at first. Coach Conway wants the umpires come together. And the call will stand. Another RBI for Anna Grace Terrell. Brown scores from second, which is where you can find Caroline Joy now. Lynchburg out in front 1-0. Talking more about Terrell. Now up to 6 RBIs in the season. She had played in 14 games prior to today with 3 starts, but the 2 starts this afternoon. Staggering boost in that department. Lexi Powell almost had RBI extra base hit, but it lands just foul along the right field line. We have a really good view based off of where we are next to Moon Fields, and I'm telling you, maybe a couple of inches away from having that land directly on the chalk. 0-1 count to start with Powell. Hudson misses downstairs. Count even at 1-1. Still 2 on with 2 away. Powell out in right field for the second consecutive game. Went 0 for 3 in the front end of our doubleheader. Foul ball hit into the screen. Pitchers count 1-2. And you look at this first inning for Hudson and how different it could look without the hit batters. Putting on Hornets in this type of setting, free passes will come back to hurt you. Mary Washington looked to avoid loss number 6 in a row. Hudson holds the damage at 1 run across by having Powell chase the pitch up above the letters. Second punch out of the inning for Hudson. A couple of runners left on, but fourth RBI of the day from Anna Grace Terrell opens our scoring in Game 2. Hornets lead the Eagles 1-0 through 1. One nothing your lead for Lynchburg out in front of Mary Washington. We head to the top of the second inning. Eagles will send 5, 6, 7 to the plate. Bridget Lachak to lead things off. Then followed up by center fielder Nia Lloyd. Then third baseman Grace Drury. Mary Washington was held scoreless the first 5 innings at the plate in Game 1. 2-run home run from Caroline Bird put Mary Washington into the scoring column. Eagles hoping to see the offense jumpstart a little earlier here in Game 2. Carter misses inside, now trails in the count 3-0. Lachak without a hit in Game 1. Had a line out, pair of flyouts. 3-0, located on the outside corner to make it 3-1. Hit on a line, but foul along the third base line. 61st all-time meeting between these two sides, including the win in Game 1. Lynchburg has taken 7 of the last 8. Lone win for the Eagles was in a doubleheader split last season. Mayor Washington hoping that happens today as well. Chopped up the middle and through to center field. Good battle put on by Lachak. Got out in front of the count 3-0. Then in a full count, picks up hit number 2 of the game for the Eagles. Back-to-back innings where Mary Washington's been able to get the leadoff runner on. Morgan Gilbert was left stranded at second last inning. Showing bunt, sent foul off the bat of Lloyd. Lloyd accounted for 40% of the hit production in Game 1 for the Eagles, 2 for 3. In the front end of the twin bill, here Lloyd, a quick chat up the third base line with Coach Conway. Coach Conway in her 35th season at the helm for Mary Washington, former graduate of then Lynchburg College, now University of Lynchburg. Lloyd again shows bunt, pops it up, laying out. Cundiff makes the grab. Lechak retreats to first base. Lloyd down for out number 1. And for those perhaps wondering, Coach Simmons also went to the University of Lynchburg. No overlap between the two coaches. Coach Conway was a Hornet just before Coach Simmons was. First pitch to Grace Drury on the outside corner. Carter in her first inning was able to get ahead in the count more often than not. And the same can be said about Taylor Hudson in the bottom of the first. Hudson had a harder time putting hitters away. Also plunked a couple of Lynchburg bats. Carter now leads the count 0-2. Drury hitting exactly 200 before today's doubleheader. Line drive to short, fielded by Stewart. The throw to first, not in time. Lechak just able to get back to first. Drury down for out number 2. But as Lechak avoids being doubled up, Bridget Ward is scheduled to come to the plate. Coach Simmons not happy with that last call and wants to talk to our field umpire about what he saw. Quick chat. Nothing changes. Lechak on at first, 2 away. Bridget Ward will step to the plate in the right-handed batter's box. Ward up a spot from the Game 1 lineup card. Elevated from the 9 spot into the 8 hole. Ward went 1 for 3 last game. Single, also struck out looking. Oh, 1. Carter leaves it outside. Right on right matchup. Popped up. It'll just get over the third base dugout. Cundiff was given chase. Instead, count moves to 1-2 for the Eagles right fielder. Off speed sent back to Carter, who makes the throw to first to retire Ward for out number 3. Back-to-back innings, Mary Washington has the leadoff runner reach via single, but then stranded on the base paths. Made it through 1.5. When we come back with a home half of the second, Hornets lead the Eagles 1-0. Time for the bottom of the second. Lynchburg sent 6 to the plate and pushed 1 across in their first opportunity at the dish. RBI single courtesy of Anna Grace Terrell. And no, I'm not repeating what happened in Game 1. Just so happened we had the pretty much same exact circumstances come to fruition Here in Game 2, history indeed repeating itself. First pitch of the second inning for Hudson. Misses the zone. Hudson goes toe-to-toe with Stewart, Gracie Dooley, Ashley Haley in her second inning of action. Ruby Stewart back out at shortstop for Lynchburg in Game 1. Middle infielder went 1 for 3, had a double her first time up. Mighty cut from Stewart, comes up empty. Now 1-2, pitcher's count for Hudson. We'll see. The freshman pitcher is able to make some adjustments. Did a good job getting ahead in the count in the first inning. Had a harder time putting hitters away. 1-2, high and away. Count even at 2-all. Hudson misses above the letters once again. Now a 3-2 count. Payoff pitch, lined into the screen. Let's do it again at 3-2. Lynchburg with a chance to sweep their first home doubleheader of the season. Had previously split with William Peace, Averett, Methodist, as well as Bridgewater last Sunday. Another 3-2, high and inside. Including the 2 hit batters last inning, Hudson issues her third free pass of the game. This is the first walk. Leadoff runner on for Lynchburg, Gracie Dooley. Back to the plate. Dooley had a big Game 1 yesterday against Virginia Wesleyan. Double, couple of RBIs, 2 for 3 all told. Played a big part in that 4-3 win. Dooley drives it the other way. Back towards the wall. Hannah Steele won't get to it. Rounding third, trying to score on the play is Stewart. The throw to the plate, not in time. And it got past Emma Sheeta. Gracie Dooley with an RBI double, then advances to third on the throw home. Lynchburg with the run across and back-to-back innings lead 2-0. Ashley Haley with an RBI opportunity. On the season, Haley hitting 190. Takes the first pitch high. Haley put together a 1 for 2 performance in Game 1. Also had a sack bunt. Line the other way. And Roca fields at second. Throw goes to the plate. Dooley evades the tag from Sheeta. RBI fielder's choice for Ashley Haley makes it 3-0 Hornets. Haley on at first, and the lineup card turns over. Kaylee Hackett to the plate for the second time as many innings. As you can tell, I've become accustomed to seeing Hudnall at the top of the lineup card. That changes with Joy behind the dish in Game 2. And Hackett moves up to leadoff position. Haley takes off and is thrown out on the first pitch of the AB. Perfect throw from Sheeta. Tag applied by Bird. Base pass now cleared, and Hudson has the first out to the bottom of the second. Hitters count 2-0. Hackett went down on strikes. Her first AB. Center fielder 6 in the ODAC and RBIs. Lines it up the middle and has a base knock. Hackett now 1 for 2. Lynchburg corrals their third hit of the game. One on, one down. Carly Cundiff back to the plate, was hit by a pitch and a 1-2 count last inning. And that was the first of those examples. You've heard me allude to it a couple times now. Hudson did a good job getting ahead of the count, had a harder time putting hitters away. That really started with Cundiff. It was an 0-2 count, then it became 1-2, and ultimately Cundiff reaches via the hit by pitch. This at-bat not quite as interesting. First pitch swinging, Cundiff pops it up to short. Bird makes the catch, and there's 2 away. Sophie Tully to the plate for a second time, 0 for 1 with the pop out to first. Sky behind the plate. Tully starts with an 0-1 count. And it's interesting to play the what-if game. Lynchburg's up 3-0, but had Haley not been thrown out, and Hackett still got the single to center, I'm talking about a rather different inning. Again, runner in motion. Hackett will have second base as the throw pops out of the glove of Bird. So it's Hackett moving into scoring position. Hackett now 9 for 9 on stolen base attempts this season. Had a swipe bag in game 1 as well. RBI opportunity for Tully. Chance to make it 4-0 Lynchburg. Foul ball makes it a 1-2 count. Hudson trying to hold the damage at 2 across and keep it at a 3-0 score. Tully gets just enough of the 1-2 offering. Lives to see another pitch. Do it again at a ball and 2 strikes. Popped up. Foul territory. Third base side. Sheeta there to make the grab for the final out to the second inning. But 2 more runs come across for Lynchburg. RBI double from Gracie Dooley, then an RBI fielder's choice, courtesy of Ashley Haley, makes it a 3-0 Hornets lead. On to the third inning of softball in Game 2 of our doubleheader between the Hornets and the Eagles. Lynchburg took Game 1 4-2 and currently lead Game 2 3-0. It'll be 9-1-2 stepping to the plate for Mary Washington. Hannah Steele in the left-handed batter's box. The slap approach. Takes the first pitch down in the dirt. Steele was hitting in the 2 spot. The front end of our doubleheader went 0 for 3. Chops this one to second. Haley, a quick release, Gets it out of the glove, makes the throw to first to retire Steele for out number 1. And despite the Eagles not having a run on the board, this marks the first inning where Mary Washington has not had the leadoff runner on. So a single from Morgan Gilbert, who now stands at the plate in the first, and then a single from Bridget Leachak in the second. Both were left on the base paths. As the lineup card turns over, Carter deals the first pitch strike to Gilbert. Has that single, as we mentioned. Gilbert did not start in game 1 with the right-handed bat. Carries an average of .348 before today's games got underway. Gilbert pops it up to third. Conduct there to make the grab for the second out. Five in a row set down by Carter. Looking to make it 6 straight and corral a perfect top of the third. Second time facing Maggie Imroka. Mary Washington, second baseman, laid down a sacrifice bunt back in the first. (1-0) in for a called strike to even the count. Imroka now tied with Caroline Bird for a team best 4 home runs this season. Comes along with a .350 average on the year. (2-1). Misses the zone. Count swells to 3 balls and a strike. If Imroka were to reach, on deck, it's the aforementioned Bird. Hit hard out towards left center field. Kiss it goodbye. Imroka and Bird tied no longer. 5th home run of the season for Maggie Imroka. RBI number 24, and Mary Washington reaches the scoreboard and makes it 3-1. It's always interesting to see how a pitcher responds after giving up the long ball. Carter, no easy task. Will have to face Caroline Bird. Bird 0 for 1 with the fly out to left. And including what she did in game 1, Bird 1 for 3 on the day. Had a 2-run home run in our first game this afternoon. Also drew a walk in that contest. At bat starts with a called strike 1. Carter deals. Misses down and away. Including game 1, Mary Washington just 3-9 on the road this season. They play in a really tough coast-to-coast conference, including one of the best teams in the country. Salisbury, CNU up there as well. Now a 1-2 count. But recently for Mary Washington, it's been a tour of the ODAC. Had 2 games against Virginia Wesleyan on Wednesday, 2 against Shenandoah on Friday, and then, of course, you're watching a Sunday doubleheader with Lynchburg on the other side of the Eagles. 2s across the scoreboard, a 2-2 count with 2 away. Lofted up the right field line and into the stands. We'll do it again at 2-2. Another 2-2 offering. Another foul ball. Bird continues the battle. Shortstop was hitting .344 prior to this contest. It's interesting, you look at both these teams, second to last in their respective conference and batting average. Mary Washington at .263, Lynchburg at .291. Lynchburg, by the way, clears the last place mark by 40 points. Breaking pitch from Carter, misses the bat of Bird, and it becomes the first strikeout on the afternoon for Bree Carter, and it comes at a great time. Solo home run, however, for Maggie Imroka gets Mary Washington into the scoring column. It's the first blemish against Carter's line. 3-1 your score as we head to the bottom of the third. Three-one ball game, bottom of the third inning. Mary Washington with a solo home run for Maggie Imroka enters the scoring column and has it at a 2-run contest. Lynchburg sends Caroline Joy, Anna Grace Terrell, and Lexi Powell to the plate. It's another inning of work for Taylor Hudson. Starts off the bottom of the third, missing the zone. Runs across in each of the first two chances for Lynchburg. Single run in the bottom of the first, 2 across the bottom of the second. And 3 runs driven in by 3 different players. Terrell, Gracie Dooley, and Ashley Haley with the Rubies so far for Lynchburg. Hitters count 3-0 to Caroline Joy, and Hudson has to be careful here. Joy, somebody with plenty of pop in her bat. Second percentage at .500. Green light for Joy. Shoots it into the screen. Still a hitter's count. 3 balls and a strike. Talking about the pop for Joy. Today marks just start number 17 of the season. Game played number 21. 3 doubles. A couple of home runs. Another foul ball coming from Joy. And Hudson does a good job. Battles back. Trailed in the count 3-0. Now it's a full count and a pitch away from retiring the leadoff hitter. Three-two offering, well above the letters. And back-to-back innings, Lynchburg has the leadoff runner on. Becomes the second base on balls issued by Hudson, which is also hit 2 batters, including Joy. That's how Joy reached her first time. The Lynchburg catcher still without an official AB. And Joy will have a courtesy runner take over at first base. And Skylar Sams with the honors. Lynchburg hoping history can repeat itself here in the bottom of the third as the leadoff runner in the second reached via a walk. That was Ruby Stewart. Terrell shows bunt, pulls back. At bat starts the pitch off the outside corner. We've seen Lynchburg be rather aggressive on the base paths here in game 2. 2 for 3 on stolen base attempts. Cundiff, and Hackett were the two to successfully advance. Terrell sends us to third. Throw goes to second. Relay to first. Not in time. 5-4. Fielder's choice. We'll take Sam's off the base paths and have Terrell on at first instead. Out number one to the bottom of the third. Next up is Lexi Powell, but first Coach Simmons out of the dugout once again. And instead of Powell hitting here, we'll see Leah Caldwell. First at-bat of the afternoon for Caldwell. Sophomore from Pamplin, Virginia, went to Appomattox County High School. Hudson has the signs, delivers the first pitch, missing high to Caldwell. Numbers this year for Caldwell. This marks her 18th game played, .263 average, 5 doubles, 5 hits, no extra base hits. And no RBIs as well for Caldwell. All of her hits being singles. Therefore, the slugging percentage no more than the batting average, and the on-base percentage slightly higher at .293. Caldwell lays down the bunt up the third base line and beats the throw up the first base line. Infield single, Caldwell on at first. Terrell moves up to second on the play. Fourth hit of the game for Lynchburg. The Hornets have gathered a base knock in every inning so far at the plate. 2 on with 1 away for Ruby Stewart. Steps to the box for the second time in as many innings. First pitch misses high. Wind now blowing out towards straightaway center field. On a beautiful day for softball in the Hill City. 1-0. Misses the bat of Stewart to even the count at 1-all. The count even. Hudson misses outside. Lynchburg looking for win number 5 in a row. Meanwhile, Mayor Washington looking to avoid loss number 6 in a row. Dropped both games against Virginia Wesleyan on Wednesday. Both games at Shenandoah Friday. And, of course, the first game of our doubleheader this afternoon. The ODAC sweep, or ODAC tour, I should say, has not been kind to the Marlins, in danger of being swept for a third time. Meanwhile, Lynchburg playing some really good softball. Hard-fought split doubleheader last Sunday. Before that, the sweep of Eastern Mennonite. And, of course, yesterday, how about a sweep against the number 9 team in the country, Virginia Wesleyan. Stewart rolls this one foul along the third baseline. And look at the top of the ODAC standings. Randolph, Macon, Bridgewater, and Lynchburg all hold 5-1 records in conference play. And, of course, Virginia Wesleyan a little bit lower in that grouping. Now 2-4 on the year in ODAC play. But top 10 team in the country for a reason. You have to think that Virginia Wesleyan, reigning defending national champions, I mean, what more needs to be said? You got to think they're going to be involved down the stretch. Stewart draws the walk. Bases are now loaded with Terrell moving to third, Caldwell behind her at second. And Stewart draws the third walk issued by Hudson. 5th free pass if you include the 2 hit batters. Bases are loaded for Gracie Dooley. Dooley opened the scoring yesterday against the Marlins. 2 RBI double in game 1. They'll say Dooley went around on the first pitch she saw. Count starts at 0-1. one out this inning was on a fielder's choice. On a throw to second. Pitch misses down and outside. Snap throw up the third baseline. Not going to be in time. As Terrell slides back safely. Nicked off at the end of the bat. Pitchers count 1-2. A strikeout would do wonders here for Hudson. Looking to keep it at a 3-1 contest. After you get some momentum, run across in the top of the third. Felt like a big spot for the Eagles. You put a 0 next to the Lynchburg line, and you're doing yourself a big-time favor, keeping that momentum on your side. 1-2. Slap to right field and down for a base knock. One run across, rounding third. Leah Caldwell scores as well. The throw to third in time to take Stewart off the base paths, and Dooley advances to second on the play. 2 RBI single for Gracie Dooley makes it a 5-1 Lynchburg lead. And then the putout coming from right field, 9-5 for those keeping track at home. Stewart off the base pass after Terrell and Caldwell both touch home plate. First pitch swinging, lined the other way, but foul off the bat of Ashley Haley. Haley had an RBI fielder's choice last inning. Becomes the 6th hitter to step to the plate this inning. The game of softball, baseball alike, can be so odd. You can get a number of different outcomes and circumstances, but say Haley's retired here. That would make all 3 innings Lynchburg's come to the plate with exactly 6 hitters coming to the plate. But Haley instead, RBI opportunity, speed on at second in the form of Gracie Dooley, but Haley goes down on strikes. 2 more runs come across for Lynchburg, and the Hornets push the lead up 5-1 over Mary Washington. Top of the 4th inning, Mary Washington will send Emma Sheeta, Bridget Lachak, and Nia Lloyd to the plate. There's a solo home run from Maggie Mroka. That top of the 3rd put the Eagles in the scoring column. Lynchburg responded with 2 of their own to make it a 5-1 contest. Sheeta, 0 for 1 so far, popped out to second her first time up. Hit hard out towards right field, ranging back. The catch is made by Powell for out number 1. We did have a couple of pinch hitters in the bottom of the 3rd, but it's still Powell out and right. And Caroline Joy still behind the plate despite Skylar Sams running forward. All that to say, no defensive changes for Lynchburg, as the 5-0 hitter Lachak returns to the plate, takes the first pitch off the outside corner for ball 1. Eagles designated player 1 for 1 with a single in the 2nd. That came as the leadoff hitter that frame. Carter misses inside. Hitters count 2-0. Right on right battle. Carter has it evade most of the bat of Lachek. Nicked into the glove, held on by Joy. 2-1. Longest appearance of the season for Bree Carter was 4 1/3 in her first start of the year against Averett. Righty falls behind a late check, 3-1. Home plate umpire is going to wipe off the plate. After Kaylee Dorsis tossed 6 strong in game 1, only needed Emily Charlton for a single inning. Have to think that Charlton, as well as Angela Sparenteo, who played a big role as a reliever yesterday in the wins against Virginia Wesleyan, also available. It's a 5-pitch walk to put Lachek on at first. Who has now reached safely in both of her appearances at the plate. First pitch on the way to Nia Lloyd. This is the zone. Most recent appearance for Bree Carter, hailing from Lord Botetourt High School. It's a tough start against Bridgewater, giving up 300 runs in just a third of an inning against the Eagles. Here, loud contact made by Lloyd. It's extra bases, double. One hops the left center field wall. Nia Lloyd continues to swing a hot bat. Center fielder now 1 for 2 in this game. Went 2 for 3 in game 1. And the double moves Lachek up to third. 2 ducks in scoring position now for Mary Washington. Grace Drury looking to come through and potentially cut the deficit in half. Lloyd runs well at second. Hit to the outfield should bring her around. Time called, and Coach Simmons make a trip out to the mound. Talking more about that most recent appearance for Carter. 3 earned runs. Just a third of an inning tossed by Carter. But you take away that one bump in the road, and it's been mostly smooth sailing. It was a tough outing in Game 2 of a doubleheader against Grove City. Just 1 inning pitched, 4 earned runs, but for the most part, the sophomore has been really dependable this season. You can look at, how about 4 innings, just 1 earned run against the number 2 team in the country, Salisbury, followed up by just 1 earned run through 2 innings against Susquehanna. And after that was the appearance last Sunday against Bridgewater, and now we get to see Carter once again this afternoon. And if Lynchburg can depend on Dorsis tossing like she was in Game 1, and Carter pitching to the level she has through the first 3+ innings, now running into some trouble here in the top of the 4th, this Lynchburg team and its pitching staff in specific is really dangerous. Carter delivers a strike to Drury. Count starts at 0-1. Next pitch from Carter will be pitch number 60 on her day. Rolled to short. Stewart fields and fires to first. Now the throw to third. In and out of the glove of Cundiff. It gets away from the third baseman, and Lloyd will touch home plate. RBI ground out, followed by an error. Makes it a 2-run play, and the Eagles showing fight, make it 5-3. That'll become first error of the game for Lynchburg. Bridget Ward to the plate. Ward 0 for 1, grounded out to the pitcher her last time up. Sent to second. Haley lays out. About a foot away from being able to make the play. should be ruled a single for Ward. Reading the official scoring, and it appears it'll be an E5. That's responsible for Nia Lloyd scoring the second run this inning. And it's officially a single for Ward. 5 hits for both sides now. Hannah Steele back to the left-handed batter's box. Sends this one foul at the third base line. Left fielder down to the count 0-2. Steele grounded out to second her first time up. Carter into the windup. The 0-2 misses outside. Runner takes off. The throw to second, not in time. Ward now in scoring position. One, two on the outside corner. Steele goes down looking for out number 3. But 2 more runs come across. First, an RBI ground out from Drury, then an error for Lynchburg. Makes it 5-3 as the Eagles continue to hang around. We'll step aside and come back to the bottom of the 4th, see if Lynchburg can respond. On to the bottom of the 4th inning. Lynchburg holds a 5-3 lead over Mary Washington. The Hornets have scored in all 3 chances they've had at the plate. Mary Washington pushed runs across in each of their last 2 opportunities. 1 across in the top of the 3rd, and 2 more in the top of the 4th. Now Lynchburg looking for the response. Kaylee Hackett will lead things off for the Hornets, followed by Carly Cundiff, then Sophie Tully. Now pitchers count 0-2. It's just a 2-run difference. You have to think the offensive production for Mary Washington has been a boost in confidence for Taylor Hudson. The 0-2 elevated. Hackett can't help but chase and goes down on strikes for the 2nd time today. Punch out number 4 for Hudson. Out number 1 to the bottom of the 4th. Cundiff back to the plate. Was hit by a pitch back in the 1st, then popped out to short in the 2nd. Hudson misses down and outside. Hitters count 2 balls and no strikes. Hudson deals. Misses the zone once more. Count inflates to 3-0. See if Cundiff has the green light. Saw Caroline Joy did. Joy in the hole right now as well with Tully on deck. Cundiff takes, He gets a called strike at the knees. Cundiff, despite being at a pitcher's count, has a base knock for her efforts. Cundiff 1 for 3 in game 1. Now 1 for 2 in game 2. 1 out single. Brings Sophie Tully to the plate. Tully had an 0 for 2 start before an RBI single in game 1. And started game 2. 0 for 2 with a pair of pop-outs, which is specifically abnormal for Tully. Popped out to first in the first, popped out to the catcher, Sheeta, in the second. Line towards the Lynchburg dugout. Pitchers count 0-2. Eagles defense plays straight away. Talks about it last inning. Lynchburg's been really active on the base paths. Cundiff has one of the 2 stolen bases so far for Lynchburg. Cundiff takes off again. The 0-2. A called strike. The throw to second. Not in time. Tully now 0 for 3. Backwards K. Punch out number 5 for Hudson. But Cundiff does move into scoring position. Now an RBI opportunity for Caroline Joy. Lynchburg scored at every inning at the plate. 1 in the first, 2 in the second, and in the third. Looking to keep that trend alive. First pitch swinging, line to third, snared by Dreary for out number 3. Cundiff goes stranded at second, and Lynchburg, for the first time in game 2, held scoreless when at the plate. Made it through 4. We'll step aside and come back with the top of the 5th. Hornets lead the Eagles 5-3. On to inning number 5 between Lynchburg and Mary Washington. Eagles trail by 2. Looking to cut further into that deficit. Push 2 across in the top of the 4th. It's Morgan Gilbert lead things off. The first baseman has gone 1 for 2. After Gilbert comes in Maroka, then Caroline Bird. If anywhere to reach, we'd see the cleanup hitter and catcher, Emma Bump in the road last inning for Bree Carter. Of the 2 runs surrendered, only one of which is earned, as the second scored on an E5. Grounder up the middle and past Stewart at short. 6th hit of the game for Mary Washington. Matches the total for Lynchburg to this point in the contest. The only difference on the scoreboard right now is where it matters most. Lynchburg ahead 5-3. Both teams with 6 hits, both sides with an error. Maggie Maroka opened the scoring for the Eagles. Solo home run in the top of the 3rd with 2 away. Jump-started the Mary Washington offense. and including game one, pair of home runs so far for Mary Washington. Caroline Bird, 2-run shot in the first game. And the solo home run from Enroka we've been talking about. Second baseman tries to lay down the bunt. Shoots it foul instead. Count at 1-2. One, two, just off the inside corner. And we did see Enroka lay down a bunt her first time at the plate in game two. Sacrifice allowed Gilbert to move up from first to second. Nearly did the same this AB. Instead, grounder left side of the infield just ekes past the glove of Stewart. Back-to-back singles, and Mary Washington's offense continues to heat up. First two reach for the Eagles. Caroline Bird represents the go-ahead run at the plate. Bird showed bunt. Saw Lynchburg's infield crash in. 1-0 count to start. Carter with Bird laying down the bunt. The throw from Cundiff pulls Haley off the bag. Bases are now loaded for Mary Washington. Gilbert, the lead runner at third. Enroka behind her at second. Bird aboard at first. Waiting to see the official ruling, hit versus error. And they will call it an E5, second error of the game against Cundiff. Made a stellar defensive play in game one. Had a couple of fantastic plays in the field last Sunday against Bridgewater. Wasting no time, line to center. Hackett makes the catch, retires Sheeta, but tagging and scoring on the play is Gilbert. Mary Washington cuts the deficit in half and makes it 5-4. Sheeta has her 15th RBI on the season. Still two runners on, just one out. First pitch, in for a strike to Bridget Lachak. Lachak reached both times. It was a single in the second, then a walk in the fourth. Popped up the other way, right to Ashley Haley. Makes the catch for out number two. That's a big second out to try to minimize the damage done by the Eagles offense, who have scored in 3 consecutive opportunities at the plate. And Nia Lloyd has dealt a ton of damage already to Lynchburg across the 2 games. Lloyd 1 for 2, the double here in game 2. Takes the first pitch she sees on the outside corner for a called strike. Off speed, softly hit foul up the third base line. Pitchers count 0-2. Carter a pitch away from gathering potentially her 3rd strikeout on the afternoon. On the other side, Lloyd with a hit and 2 away in the inning, and Enroka's speed at second may well tie this game up. 0-2 high and away to make it 1-2. These two teams split a doubleheader last season. Lynchburg took game 1. Mary Washington took game 2. Will history repeat itself? 2-2 the count with 2 away and 2 runners on. Lloyd sends it to center. Rounding third. The throw to the plate. Over the head of Joy. And Roca in safely, and Nia Lloyd has tied this game up 5-5. RBI single for the center fielder. Also advances Bird all the way up to third. And Mary Washington not done yet. Next up, Grace Drury. Give the Eagles their first lead of the game. First pitch swinging. Kunda fields at third. The throw in time for out number 3, but 2 more runs come across. It's an RBI sac fly from Emma Shida, followed by an RBI single from Nia Lloyd to make it a 5-5 contest. When we step aside, or after we step aside and come back, we'll see if Lynchburg can respond in the bottom of the 5th. All right. Bottom of the 5th inning. 2 more runs come across for the Eagles. Makes it 5-5. Lynchburg looking for the response. Anna Grace Terrell to lead things off. Takes the first pitch downstairs. After Terrell, in the 5 spot comes the 6-hole hitter and right fielder Lexi Powell. And then Ruby Stewart. Hitters count 2-0. Anna Grace Terrell been a huge part of the offensive success for Lynchburg throughout the day. Terrell 1 for 2 here in game 2 with an RBI and a run scored. Close miss from Taylor Hudson, back out for a 5th inning of action. Falls behind to Terrell 3-0. Hudson was able to put up the first 0 next to the Lynchburg line in the home half of the 4th. Picked up her 4th and 5th strikeout of the game in that inning. 3-0, high and outside, and it's a 4-pitch walk to put Terrell on to lead off the inning. Fourth walk issued by Hudson. Pitching coaches will tell you about 90% of the time, leadoff walks result in runs. Laying down the bunt, Powell does her job as Terrell moves up successfully to second. Sack bunt. Has a runner on in scoring position for the Hornets with 1 away, and Ruby Stewart stepping to the plate. Stewart without an official AB in this game, as she has drawn 2 walks instead. Coach Simmons out of the dugout. And it looks like we'll have a runner take over for Terrell at second. And this is Amela Clausen, sophomore pitcher, out to be the courtesy runner at second. First pitch to Stewart, in for a strike. The Lynchburg shortstop, just 4 RBIs so far this season, a 194 average. Chance to come through a big spot, latter half of this game. Wild pitch. That's a costly one against Hudson. Clausen advances to third. And now that opens up the opportunity with just 1 out this inning. A productive out from Stewart can get the job done. Stewart watches this pitch miss up above the letters. It does look like we have one change in the field for Mary Washington. Caroline Bird no longer at short. Instead, it's Bridget Lechak. Now a 2-2 count. Lechak and Mroka up the middle. Maybe a step behind second base. 2-2 just misses high and inside. 3-2 the count. And the reason I note that, Ruby Stewart, maybe a slow roller back up the middle, or a sac fly. Chance to be a productive out, but also give Lynchburg the lead. 3-2, cut on and missed. Huge punch out for Hudson. Her 6th of the day. And now it'll take an unforced error from the Eagles defense or a 2-out base knock from Gracie Dooley. Dooley has been really clutch so far this afternoon. How about in game 2? 3 RBIs, 2 for 2 with a single and a double. Dooley sends it off the end of the bat, pops it up behind the plate. Count it 1-1. 3 RBIs for Dooley here in this game. Move her up to 14 on the season. Left fielder hitting right around 400, including the 2 hits in this game. Hudson misses high. The throw to third, not in time. Two balls and a strike. The runner at third being Clausen. Lechak steps up, has a few words with Hudson. Dooley yet to be retired. And it looks like the home plate umpire signaled that Dooley went around. Coach Simmons steps up from third base and not happy with that being the verdict. I think some of my confusion comes from the same area. Was it a called strike? Was it on the swing? And it looks like the home plate umpire signals that it was on the check swing. That moves the count to 2-2. Hudson winds, fires. Dooley fights it away. The battle continues in what feels like the most important at-bat of this game so far. The wind is calmed, still blowing slightly out towards left center field. Hudson has the signs. Elevates, Dooley lays off, and the count now full. Dooley were to reach. On deck is Ashley Haley. Payoff pitch on its way. Hudson misses in the same spot. Dooley reaches for a third time and draws the 5th walk issued by the Eagles starter. Couple steps out of the dugout for Mary Washington head coach D. Conway. Coach Conway won't fully leave the dugout. As instead of Ashley Haley coming to the plate, it's going to be Sarah English, freshman from Powhatan. English looking to be the hero for Lynchburg. Clausen at third, Dooley aboard at first. 2 away, home half the 5th. First pitch swinging, English comes up empty. Lynchburg scored a run in the bottom of the first, 2 more, bottom of the second and third, then held scoreless in the 4th. And came right as the Eagles offense has played at 5 of the last 3 innings at the dish. English watches this one miss outside. To that point, feels like right around top of the 4th inning to where we are now. Momentum has switched to the favor of the Eagles. Hudson looking to keep it there. Lynchburg with a hit here. You retake the lead. Feels like you get some of that energy back. Line foul by English. Pitchers count 1-2. One, two, fouled away into the screen. English this season, .091 average. That's 1 hit through 11 at-bats. And just 1 RBI so far for the freshman. 1-2, misses high. Dooley was in motion, will take second without a throw. Now 2 runners in scoring position. Base knock from English. Not only put Lynchburg back in front, but potentially make it a 2-run advantage. Hudson goes back, raises up the bar. English can't help but chase and goes down as the 7th strikeout victim against Taylor Hudson. 2 left on in scoring position. We're through 5. Tied up 5-all between Mary Washington and Lynchburg at Moon Field. Top of the 6th inning, leading things off, Bridget Ward, followed by Hannah Steele, then the top of the order for Mary Washington with Morgan Gilbert. Pitching change made by the Hornets is Angela Sparandeo, now on the bump for Lynchburg. Sparandeo had a huge relief showing yesterday against Virginia Wesleyan. Sparandeo has this pitch crossed by at the knees and gets a called strike. Sparandeo on the season, 5.37 ERA. This becomes appearance number 12. Righty's thrown exactly 30 innings, 12 strikeouts, 11 walks. Opponents hitting .343 against. Sparandeo misses high and away to Bridget Ward. Ward 1 for 2 today. The hit came her last time up. It was a single back in the 4th. Line back up the middle and into center field. Second into the game for Ward. Mary Washington continues to ride their momentum. Chance for the Eagles to take their first lead of the game. Talking more about Sperandeo, it was a big inning and 2/3 yesterday in game 1. 3-2 win for Lynchburg. Sperandeo did struggle, giving up 3 walks, had a strikeout as well, but aside from the free passes, Sperandeo played a key part middle portion of that game. Furthermore, no earned runs given up by Sperandeo. Sent to second. Grab made by Haley. The throw to first. Wide of Tully. Advancing to second is Bridget Ward. And now time called. Still on at second, or excuse me, still on first is Hannah Steele. Coach Conway wants to see the umpires converse about the most recent play. Now our home plate umpire talking to Coach Simmons. It was certainly close. Did Haley make the catch in the air, or did she trap it? They'll say it hit the ground first. So Steele will stay on at first base with Ward advancing successfully to second. No outs. Top of the 6th inning. Prime scoring opportunity for Mary Washington. That'll be ruled an infield single for Steele. And now a pitching change made. Angela Sperandeo will give the softball over to Emily Charlton. We'll step aside and come back with the numbers for Charlton this season. You're watching Lynchburg in Mary Washington on LHSN. Emily Charlton came on in relief in game 1. Asked to do the same here in the back half of game 2. Charlton will go toe-to-toe with Morgan Gilbert. Lays the bunt. Throw up the first base line. In time, 3-4 putout. Gilbert does her job. Both runners advance. Ward now at third. Steele behind her at second. I do want to apologize. Apparently, Angela Sperandeo pitched the 5th. I do apologize for not relaying that and not noticing that. The line is final for Bree Carter. 4 innings, giving up 5 hits, 3 earned runs, 1 walk, with 2 strikeouts. The line not final for Sperandeo. She's responsible for the 2 runners on the base paths as of now. First pitch to Maggie Ambroka, in for a called strike. Charlton picked up her 2nd save of the season in game 1. And now this becomes appearance number 18 of the season for the Southpaw. Top 5 in the ODAC and ERA. 7th in innings pitched. Only issued 8 walks this season as well. Charlton just misses outside. Another miss from Charlton. This one up above the letters. Count moves to 3 balls and a strike. First base is open, and Broca an ever dangerous bat, but it doesn't get any easier with Caroline Bird on deck. Though by putting a runner on at first, you do open up the opportunity for a double play. Hit hard, and it finds the right center alleyway. Amroka drives in a pair. Round second. Ruby Stewart unable to get the throw off to third. 2 RBI triple for Maggie Amroka. Her second and third RBI of the contest. And for the first time in Game 2, Mary Washington, I beg your pardon, has a lead at 7-5. I just want to double check. Mary Washington never had a lead in Game 1 either, so this becomes the first lead of the day for the Eagles. Those runs will be charged to Sparandeo, whose line is now final. Sparandeo goes an inning plus, giving up 4 hits and 4 earned runs. No walks and no strikeouts for the righty reliever. Charlton falls behind a Bird 2-0. Amroka over at third, with less than 2 outs, a chance for Bird, even without a hit, potentially make this a 3-run contest. The productive out, like a sac fly. And Amroka has good speed, so it wouldn't take anything overly deep to get the job done. Lynchburg has split every home doubleheader. Today was a chance to get their first home doubleheader sweep. After taking Game 1, Hornets got out to a quick start, led 3-0. Then after 3, we're up 5-1. But since then, 2 runs across in the 4th, 5th, and 6th have the Eagles ahead of the Hornets 7-5. Charlton gets a called strike. Count moves to 3-1. Bird 0 for 3. Reached on an error from Cundiff her last time up. Sent to shallow center. Hackett charging in. Makes the grab. Throw to the plate will deter Amroka from trying to score on the play. And I said Amroka's good speed. Doesn't need to be overly deep, but need to be a little deeper than that. And in specific, not have Hackett come with all of her momentum moving towards the plate. Bird flies out to center. That's a big second out to the inning. Charlton trying to hold the damage at 2 and keep it at a 7-5 contest. Emashita 0 for 2. Has a sac fly as well. How about Ashley Haley laying out? Makes the throw in time. A stellar 4-3 put out for out number 3, but the damage is done by the Eagles. The 2 RBI triple from Maggie Amroka has Mary Washington out in front for the first time all day long. 7-5 your score as we head to the bottom of the 6th. Home half the 6th inning. First time today that Lynchburg has not been out in front, or at least had this game tied. Hornets trail for the first time, in other words. And send the top of the lineup to the plate. Kaylee Hackett, Carly Cundiff, Sophie Tully scheduled to the dish. Taylor Hudson retakes the mound for Mary Washington. First pitch she throws leads to a fly ball in center field. Nia Lloyd charging in, makes a grab. Hackett down for out number 1. Uncle Mo can be your best friend as well as your worst enemy. Lynchburg had the momentum in game 1, carried into game 2, through the first 3 innings, led 5-1. Since then, they've gotten the cold shoulder from Uncle Mo. 6-0 run for the Eagles, spanning from the 4th to where we are in the bottom of the 6th. Lynchburg going to get back to the scoring column after a scoreless 4th and 5th inning. Carly Cundiff, reigning athlete of the week in the ODAC for softball, takes the first pitch and the second pitch outside the zone to make it 2-0. Hudson gets a swing and miss, strike 1. It should be noted as Hudson on the bump now, currently warming up in the bullpen for Mary Washington is Caitlin Birch, who we saw in game 1. Went the full distance for the Eagles in that first game. It may well be called on for a potential save opportunity once we get to the 7th. Back to center field. Another play made by Lloyd. Cundiff also down F8. 3 in a row retired by Hudson. Sophie Tully over 3 in this contest. Hudson has had her number. Pair of pop-ups in the infield, then a backwards K last time up for Tully. First pitch swinging, cued back to the circle. Hudson makes the throw to first, and Tully now down for the 4th time in this contest. Lynchburg down 1-2-3 and held scoreless for the 3rd consecutive chance at the plate. We're on to inning number 7. Mary Washington out in front of Lynchburg, 7-5. Top of the 7th inning, Mary Washington looking for insurance. Bridget Lachek, Nia Lloyd, Grace Drury scheduled to come to the plate. Emily Charlton retakes the mound to be her first full inning of work. Charlton, the 3rd arm to be used by Lynchburg. The starter Bree Carter went through 4. Angela Sparandeo tossed an inning plus. Charlton got all 3 outs last inning, but did not start that frame. Lachek today, 1 for 2. Also drawn a walk. The 0-2 misses down and outside. Off speed, in between swing, popped out of play behind home plate. It was a pop out to second base. Last time Lachek was at the plate. Designated player to start, then moved out to short. Chopped on the right side of the infield and past Haley. Throw from Powell and right, not in time. Lachek now 2 for 3. The leadoff runner on once again for Mary Washington. 3 consecutive innings the Eagles been able to put the leadoff runner on the base paths. Nia Lloyd, 2 for 3 today. First pitch swinging. Make it 3 for 4. Lachek advances to second. And it's now 3 consecutive innings. Not only the leadoff runner getting on, but the first 2 to come to the plate, both reaching successfully. In a blink of an eye. 13 hits put on the board by Mary Washington, compared to 6 for the Hornets. Drury was showing bunt. Our home plate umpire says that. Held it out over the plate. Came up empty on the jab, so it's an 0-1 count to start, and Coach Conway wants to talk it over with Drury. So it's 7 runs on 13 hits for Mary Washington. 5 runs on 6 hits for Lynchburg. And the Hornets actually been without a hit in the 5th and 6th inning. Ton of credit. Taylor Hudson, she's gotten better as this game's gone on, and same could be said about the Eagles' offense. Drury without a hit, did have an RBI ground out in the 4th inning. All told, the third baseman 0 for 3. Another grounder. Cundiff takes it to the bag herself and just beats Lachek to third. 5 unassisted. But Coach Conway doesn't agree. Umpires come together. It was close. I've seen a number of these bang-bang plays. And once again, the umpires stick with their call. 5 unassisted will take Lachek off the base paths. Lloyd advances to second, and Drury now the runner at first. Bridget Ward, 2 for 3. Takes the first pitch she sees in for a strike. Ward went 1 for 3 in game 1. So all told, 3 for 6 on the afternoon. Not bad for somebody who was hitting in the 9 spot, now in the 8 spot in game 2. 0-1, down and away. Even the count at 1-all. This becomes a massive inning for Charlton and Lynchburg. Put a 0 next to the Eagles line as Mary Washington pushed a run across in 4 consecutive chances. I've had 2 score in the 4th, 5th, and 6th. The 1-2 from Charlton. Sent back to the lefty reliever. Makes the throw to third. Cundiff covering the bag. 1-5 put out. Has Ward on at first. Drury advances to second. A lot of speed taken off the base paths with Lloyd headed back to the dugout. Coach Conway. Have a quick discussion with our home plate umpire. Looks like we might have a pinch hitter step into the plate, and that we do. Instead of Hannah Steele, we will see Logan Gibson, senior from Leesburg, Virginia, coming to the plate. First time seeing Gibson in either game. First pitch of the at-bat. This is low. And Charlton's done a masterful job pitching around the back-to-back singles to start this inning from Lachek and Lloyd. 1-0 off the outside corner. Two balls and no strikes, I beg your pardon, for Gibson. Gibson, a .222 average before today's games. Grounder to third. Cundiff will take it to the bag herself. 5 unassisted, good for out number 3. Runner left on. And for the first time since the second, Mary Washington held scoreless when they come to the plate, but the Eagles take the field, leading 7-5 as we step aside and come back. At the bottom of the 7th, Lynchburg down to their final 3 outs. That was good timing. Bottom of the 7th inning, Lynchburg trails 7-5. Taylor Hudson retakes the mound. First pitch of the inning, line to third, snared by Dreary. Joy back to the dugout as out number 1. Welcome back, everybody, to Moon Field. Bottom of 7th quickly underway, and Lynchburg now down to their final 2 outs. Anna Grace Terrell has been stellar all afternoon long, looking to keep the Hornets alive and get on the base path to start. Coach Simmons out of the dugout. Terrell here in game 2, 1 for 2, has an RBI single that came in the first. I mean, we'll see Terrell hit. Lexi Powell is in the on-deck circle. See if potentially a change is made there. Powell's been hit for once by Leah Caldwell in the third. Hudson versus Terrell. Hudson has tossed 7 innings once before earlier this season. That came in a 2-0 loss against Methodist. Righties also traveled more than 6 deep against Averett and at EMU. Terrell slaps it into straightaway center field. 1 out base knock. And Lynchburg with a chance with Leah Powell representing the tying run. And it will be Powell stepping to the plate. Right fielder 0 for 1. Played a sac bunt down her last time up. Another chat between home plate umpire and Coach Simmons. There'll be a courtesy runner at first. Running for Terrell is Bree Hodges. Wind blowing hard out towards left center field. Powell in search of her first hit of the game. Hudson misses inside. 1-0 count will start. Taylor Hudson, our freshman from Chesapeake, Virginia, has been stellar and gotten better as this game has progressed. Fouled away by Powell. Count even at 1-1. And Mary Washington looking to complete the comeback and split the doubleheader with Lynchburg. A win for the Eagles would end a 5-game losing streak against ODAC opponents this week, dropping 2 on Wednesday against Virginia Wesleyan, 2 on Friday against Shenandoah, and dropping game 1 to Lynchburg today. Meanwhile, the Hornets had a chance to make it 5 consecutive wins if they took Game 2 and swept the Eagles. The 1-2 from Hudson. Hit hard out towards left field, but just foul. Powell narrowly misses extra bases. Instead, has to head back to the box, and that is never easy as a hitter. Thinking, I'm on the base paths, I have a hit. Now you have to recollect yourself, reset at the plate. Another 1-2. Powell underneath it. That'll stay in the infield. Late Jack, couple steps back, makes a grab for out number 2. And we'll have a pinch hitter for Ruby Stewart. Carly Hudnall will hit for Stewart. Hudnall was the catcher and the leadoff hitter in Game 1 for Lynchburg. Went 1 for 3 in that contest. And now as the Hornets are down to their final out, Hudnall looking to keep the game alive. Popped up, late check, makes the grab at short for out number 3. And behind 6 runs in innings 4 through 6, the Eagles mount the comeback and take down Lynchburg in Game 2 of our doubleheader, 7-5. Doubleheader split. Hornets take Game 1. Eagles take the back half of the twin bill. 4-2 Lynchburg took Game 1, 7-5. Game 2 Mary Washington win. Update you on the records as the Eagles now 17-16 on the season, with Lynchburg dropping Game 2, falling to 15-13 on the year. Conference record doesn't change. Mary Washington 0-0 there, and Lynchburg 5-1. Some final thoughts. How about the showing from a couple of young pitchers for Mary Washington? Sophomore Caitlin Birch got national recognition as a Player of the Week. Know what she's capable of doing, including a Gettysburg no-no a week ago. And then for Game 2, Taylor Hudson got better as the game progressed, like I said, and the freshman with a complete game win in comeback fashion, taking down the Hornets. And for Lynchburg, you split against a tough non-conference opponent, and it comes on the heels of sweeping yesterday's ever-important contest against the number 9 team in the country, Virginia Wesleyan. Hornets split with the Eagles. Both teams will be back in action later on this week, but that's going to do it for us today here at Moon Field. Once again, 2-team split. Lynchburg takes Game 1, 4-2. Mary Washington takes Game 2, 7-5. I'd like to give a shout-out to my director, Thomas Murphy, and the rest of our fantastic LHSN broadcast crew. Until next time, we are signing off.